All right, good. So we should just go ahead and have the live start up in a few. All right, guys, good. Just a moment, really fast, sorry. Just zoomed up this paper a little bit. Sorry. Sorry. Anara, hello, welcome. Alright, so guys, I will be going through these topics for CXC history. I have like from team 1 would be the Indigenous people and the Amerindians, and we have team 2. So these topics will what you will be getting tomorrow. Alright guys, so I will be explaining them to you as we go along. Alright, so make sure you guys just go ahead and just drop a like on the stream if you're already here. Please share the stream. Do question 347, please. Good. I have team 7 here. Let me just check team 7. Team 7 would be the Caribbean, the United States in the Caribbean. So we are talking about from 1776 to 1985. All right, we'll be going through all of these guys, so you will understand how to tackle your questions tomorrow in the history paper too. All right. So just in the meanwhile, guys, make sure you guys share the stream and like the stream. All right, so we can have more persons over here, and we're just gonna go through these questions further. So please feel free to share the stream, guys, just a few, and like the stream. All right. Good. Question 1, sir. All right, Ashanti, no problem. Welcome, welcome. All right. We will be going through all of these teams, guys. We have from team 1 to 9. All right, just give me a few minutes, please. Just a moment. Thank you. All right. Let's see here. So we're talking about just a moment. All right. So here on the paper, guys, we're just going to move along. Let me show you what's going on. So on the paper here, I was just answering a few questions. I didn't finish it, but here we are referring to the team, guys. So in order for you to pass CXC history, you guys don't. All right, this is how it goes, guys. You don't answer all of the section. So we have, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me check the section here. So we have section A. We have section here would be team. So we're gonna choose one of these teams to answer. Right? We're not gonna answer all of them, guys. All right. So you're gonna choose one of these teams, and one of these teams comes along with the questions. All right. Therefore, we'll choose one of these teams. Either we're gonna choose between the Indigenous people and the Europeans, or we're gonna choose here would be team 2 would be the Caribbean economy and slavery. Or we're going to choose between, I would say, the resistance and revolt. So we are talking about all of those 18th revolution, guys, that was happening. Or we're going to talk about here would be the metropolitan with movements towards emancipation. So we're talking about the freedom, guys. We are moving from all of the slavery revolt to emancipation. Therefore, we would either choose between the adjustments to emancipation. All right. So here, all of these questions follows. So when we are choosing these questions, guys, we're gonna choose either between team 1 or team 9. So we have different teams. We have teams from team 1 to 9, guys, and we're gonna choose a question. Here, for example, we have team 5 here. They are saying if you are a Chinese national who traveled to the British West Indies in 1840 to work as an indentured laborer. So we are talking about indentured laborer, guys. It's mean we left our country to work in another country to bring back, I would say, income or revenue back to our country to build our economic. All right, so that was back in the slavery. So they are talking about write an article for the newspaper in China, which you explain. So we're gonna explain 2 reasons for choosing the work in the British West Indies. So we're gonna explain those 2 ways, I would say, reasons why we choose to work in the British West Indies, and now we're gonna explain the 3 experience which made you rethink your decision. So therefore, guys, we know in the, I would say, basically we are going to work in the British West Indies. The two reason why we'd want to work, because it's more opportunity there. All right. So therefore, we'd have seen more opportunities, and we are seeing it would mean another impact for our country, to build our country. All right. So we are talking about the experience that we are talking about. Therefore, we know the experience would be not likely to good, because we'd have low wages. All right, low wages. Remember, guys, they don't pay much in the slavery days. All right, so that would be one experience also why you want to rethink your decisions and so forth. All right, let me just read the comment section, because I was just going through the themes, guys. I'm not explaining as yet. I have all of the themes that I will be going through, so you guys could understand what's going on. All right, just a few. Let me read the comment section here. Someone says, I am only doing HSB, but I will send you a like. All right, no problem, Kareem. Thank you so much. All right, good. So we have 7 persons on the live, guys. Please feel free to share the stream as we go along. All right, good. So as I was mentioning, guys, to you, we need to choose one team. All right, so this is how CXC want you to answer your questions when you are going into paper 2. So once you are going into the exams, guys, you need to go with a clear mind. All right, so they said answer one question from this section. So from the first page, guys, you would have to answer one question, and they're not just talking about like just, let me show you. Let me just get my marker here. All right, good. So we are not just talking about this one question here. We are talking about the question. So these would be the questions. So question 1 would outline it with all of these questions here. Let me show you what's going on. All right, good. So these would be the question. So we are talking about question. Question 1 would outline all of these. Therefore, we'd receive 25 marks for all of these questions here that we would have complete. So they are mentioning about in the indigenous people, guys. This one is an easy team. So if you go into CXC, I need all of you guys to listen up. All right, when you are mentioning about your team, you need to choose the team that would best identify your study guide. What I'm talking about in the study guide, I'm meaning, guys, the one that you know most about. All right, so if you do not know anything about the indigenous people and the Europeans, please do not choose that team. Choose something else. All right, if you know that you're good at the indigenous people, then therefore we could tackle all of these questions. For in the indigenous people, guys, we are talking about the Europeans. All right, all that, everything that happened. So for question 1, they would normally ask a few questions about the indigenous people and the Europeans. So once you know every information about those, you can answer. Here it says state one name for the meeting place of the Kalingo. So we are talking about the Kalingo. Therefore, the meeting place of the Kalingo, guys, they call it Corbett. All right, so that's a place where they gather together to make a meeting. Those are the Kalingo men. We know about I would say the 4 different nations. We have the Aztecs, we have the Kalingo, we have the Tainos, and we have the Aztecs. All right, all of those names. All right, so therefore they mentioned that you need to list 3 activities which took place at the meeting of the Kalingo man. So we know normally at the activities, what they normally do there, guys, they normally had hunting. They normally had canoe race. Canoe race is a type of race, guys. It's similar to horse race, therefore, all right. But it's a type of race where they do together like a particular activities, and they also do agriculture. So if we can answer all of these questions very easily, then more of likely we would have received our marks. If they are mentioning about the role of the tree leader in the Mayan society, so we are talking about the role of the leaders. Once we know the roles of the leader, then we should able to answer the questions. So examine 2 difference and 1 similarity between the Kalingo and the Taino society. So we know about the Tainos, guys. The Tainos were like most likely the peaceful one. All right, those nations was the most peaceful one. The Kalingo now, they were not so peaceful, guys. But the thing with them, they are most similar to the Tainos. So once we can identify the difference between them, most likely we could just examine the difference. So we're just gonna go into, let me just show you what's happening here. So for team 1, let me explain what happened now, guys. When we are choosing our team, we can choose either between question 1 Question 2, let me just check all of the questions so you guys don't get it twisted. All right, so we have yes. All right, let me explain to you now, guys. So for team 1 has 2 questions. So we're going to choose either between the 2 questions that you know. So question 1 would involve here, all right, all of these questions. Questions 2 now would involve all of these. Let me just show you what's going on. All of these. All right, so this is question 2. So we can either select question 2 or question 1, and all of these questions fall under the theme Indigenous People and Europeans. So when they are mentioned to you in the CXC History Paper 2 that you need to choose one section, they are talking about question 1 or 2 under the theme that you will be choosing. Does everyone understand in the comment section? Let me know, guys, if you understand what I'm saying. All right, so tomorrow when you go into the CXC, you don't get confused. All right, anyone understand in the comment section? Let me check the comments. So yeah, you says social study. I will be going through few of those papers, but not directly, no, because I'm just focusing on most of these questions that will be coming into the history CXC tomorrow. All right, I will be going most of through the social studies when I get the time. Ashanti says yes. Good. Any more volunteer, guys? Just let me know in the comment section if you understand what's going on here, because I need all of you guys to understand. So when they are mentioned about, you need to choose one question. So the question would be question 1, question 2, and all of question 1 here we need to answer all of these questions, A, B, and C, all of them. In question 2, if we going to choose question 2, we need to answer A, B, and C. So any one of these questions, we need to answer all of the questions outlined. All right, so another 25 marks. So please do not answer these 2 questions. You need to choose between these 2 questions under the theme Indigenous and Europeans. So everyone clear on that, right? I just wanna make sure. Good. Let me know in the comment section. I think everyone should be clear on that. Just a moment, guys. Just 1 minute, all right? Please. Let me check something here. Just a moment. All right, I just want everyone to understand. So I will be going through the themes so you guys could have a full understand how to answer your questions. All right, just a moment, please. All right, let me see what's going on here. Just a moment, guys, just a moment, please. All right, let me see here. All right. Just a moment, all right, guys, please. I'm just checking something here on my hand. All right, let me see here. So we have 2 down, and I will be in case you guys need the paper, I will be uploading a few of these documents to Google Drive, and I will be attaching the link in the comments, not really in the comment section, but in my description. All right, so you guys will be able to download these documents. All right, just a moment, guys, please. Let me check something here. I'm just looking on these. Let me see here. So items here. All right, good. All right, guys, so you're referring to the team. So we have 9 teams, all right, in total. So we'd have to choose either between each and one of these teams. So we need to choose the best teams that would best suit our study guides. So as I'm referring to the best team, guys, that we know that we can manage. All right, so do not choose a team that you know you do not know anything about. Therefore, it will be hard on your side, guys, to answer all of the questions. All right, so let me go ahead. All right, so one team, we have team 9 here, guys. So we're just gonna go and look at these real fast. I was supposed to start at team 1. Well, let me just go at team 1 first. So we are talking about the indigenous people and the Amerindians. Alright? Simple mean. Here, question 1, they would normally explain that we need to describe the migratory and settlements pattern of the indigenous people in the Caribbean up to the arrival of the Spanish in 1492. So therefore, guys, we are talking about the indigenous people and the Europeans. So let me just go ahead along and explain what's going on here. So between the indigenous people and the Europeans, guys, the historian believe that the earliest people to settle the West Indies, I would say Western Hemisphere, did so between 1500 to 20,000 years ago. So what's this trying to say, guys? They were earliest people to settle in the Western Hemisphere. So the year between those time was from 15,000 to 20,000 years ago. They were a set of people that were nomadic. All right. So simple meaning, guys, they were not the persons to move around. All right. They settled. So these type of persons, guys, would be the indigenous people, right? We are talking about what we are talking about. We are talking about the Tainos. All right. We have the different types. We have the Mayans, we have the Aztecs, we have the Incas, we have the Tainos. All right. So those are the type of people we are talking about. Therefore, all right. So here, always on the go in the search of food and warmer climate. All right. This is the reasons it is believed they I would say they came across the Bering Strait during the winter when it formed a land bridge connecting Asia to Alaska. So we are talking about these groups, guys. So these groups were the one that the settlers, all right? These was the early settlers. So we have the Incas of Peru. All right, we have Aztecs of Mexico. So these were the place that they settled. So let me just underline here. So for the Incas, they were settled over Peru. All right, the Aztecs, they were across from to Mexico. And the Mayas now, they were here where we normally see they normally settle sometime Belize, Guatemala, El Salvador. We have northern Honduras, and we have a part of also southern Mexico. So they were a part of these, all right, of these small continent. Therefore, guys, we also can see the Kalingo. So if they mention that you need to list 4 groups of people that were settlers, we can say Incas, right? Incas. So we can talk about the Incas, the type of Incas. We have the Aztecs, we have the Mayans, we have the Kalingo. All right, so we can say all of these people here that we can explain here. All right, so we also have the Kalingo and the Tainos, therefore, who occupied the Venezuela and Guanas. All right, good. So we're just gonna move along, guys, and just explain what's going on here so you guys could understand. Good. So what does CXC needed here, guys? The CXC syllabus would require us to study the last 3 groups. So in the Europeans, I would say the indigenous people and the Europeans, guys, we need to know about the groups. These groups would include it as the Mayans, the Kalingos, and the Tainos, because there was so much interaction between the Tainos and the Kalingo. We will explain them first. All right, so we just go along and explain them to you guys. So we begin by tracing the path that they took on the Greater and Lesser Antilles. So we are talking about the continuous rivalry between the 2 groups for land, women, and food forced to the docile Tainos to leave the region of South Americans and move towards into the neighborhood island of Trinidad. So therefore, guys, we have seen where they were normally forced. All right, so they were forced to leave the region, guys. So they were there at South American, but they were forced to leave. Therefore, they move into the neighborhood of Trinidad. We have seen where the Kalingos now, they were the one that followed them, followed by the Tainos. Therefore, they also left Trinidad and they continue into the Lesser Antilles. All right, so we have seen some remain. So Trinidad was occupied by both Tainos and Kalingo. So what this this passage here trying to depict that, guys, we are seeing where the Tainos, they were at Trinidad, right? They were at Trinidad, but they were forced basically to leave the Southern American. So they moved from Southern American to Trinidad. Therefore, we have seen where most of the, I would say, the Tainos and most of the Kalingos, most of them leave from Trinidad and they moved. All right. So therefore, what we have seen, guys, most of them were left. So Trinidad was occupied by both Tainos and Kalingo. All right. Does everyone understand in the comment section? Let me know, guys, if you understand. All right, so we're just gonna move forward and I will be explaining these points so you guys could have a clearer understand. All right, good. All right, so good. So in the time, guys, we are talking about Kalingo. So the Kalingo now was a type of group. They basically wanted to control the island of the Lesser Antilles. For example, these are the islands, guys. All right, so these are the islands of the Lesser Antilles. So we have Dominica, we have St. Vincent, and also while the Tainos they fled. So the Tainos, they fled to further to came across the Greater Antilles. So remember, guys, the Tainos, they were at Trinidad, but before they were at Trinidad, they were at South America. But they were forced, I would say, they were forced to leave. Why? Because for the land, guys, two groups for the land, women, and they were forced. So the two groups were forced from Southern America was the Tainos and the Kalingo. So most of them leave and they fled to Trinidad. But while they were at Trinidad, guys, the both groups, they also fled again. Most of them leave. I would say they wasn't forced this time, but most of them leave. They were searching for food and all of those stuff. Therefore, we have seen where the Tainos now, they move from the Lesser Antilles to the Greater Antilles. And the Greater Antilles they moved to, guys, was Jamaica, Cuba, Hispaniola, and the Bahamas. And both groups were now sharing the island of Puerto Rico. All right, so that's what we are trying to explain here, guys. In the Lesser Antilles now, where the Kalingo were controlling was Dominica and St. Vincent, while the Tainos now they fled and go towards the Greater Antilles. So they were not I would say they were not companion in with the Kalingos. Perhaps the Tainos they leave and go to the Greater Antilles. So they were settling in Jamaica, Cuba, and the Bahamas also, and they were both group now were sharing Puerto Rico. All right, good. So now that we know what island they settle, we're just going to look on the areas that they concentrate on. So does everyone know where does the Tainos settled and the Kalingo? So in case they ask a few questions like those in the exams, we can know to understand. There was someone asked in the comment section, sir, will you be do geography because I have it tomorrow? I will try my best tonight to go over geography paper too. All right, good. I will try my best, guys. Don't worry. I'm working on it, alright? I was just focusing on history because a lot of persons have history tomorrow, and I'm trying my best to ensure everyone here have a good gap so they could pass history. Because when I was doing history my time, guys, to be honest, well, history would be one of the hardest subjects, but not for me. Alright, it was one of the easiest subjects for me because of all reasons. I understand history good because it's based on your vocabulary, guys. You need to just understand what's going on. You know, understand the history, the root, the pattern. Nothing changed. It's the same. Alright, so here, guys, does everyone in the comment section understand between the Kalingos and the Tainos? Do you understand where did they settle? Where did they from? Where was they coming from? How long they were settled? Does everyone understand the comment section? Let me know. Alright, Giovanni, I will go over the geography, alright, but tonight I will go over most of I'm just going over the history from now. Alright. So these are the topics we will be going over here. All right, just a moment. Just a moment, my guy. Just a moment, please. All right. No, Ashanti, it's not hard. Trust me. Let me explain something to you. You know, let me just, guys, I'm not moving away from the point, but just explaining something to Ashanti. All right, good. So in my time when I was doing CXC history, right? Trust me, it was a little so contradicting, where I was trying to understand, how will I understand this, how will I understand that. It's hard. I was saying the same as you. All right, JP, no problem, you're welcome. I was saying the same as you, but when I really read and go along, it was very easy, trust me. And I will make it easier for you. All right, I will try my best for you guys to understand. And remember, when you go into the exam tomorrow, you guys will tell me how it goes. Trust me, you're gonna laugh. All right, don't worry. So we are talking about the groups. All right, so we need to know the groups. We need to know about the Kalingo. We need to know about the Aztecs. We need to know about the Tainos, and we need to know about the other group. All right, so the other group would be the Mayans. We need to know about the Mayans, the Kalingo, the Tainos, and the Aztecs. All right, so those are the groups, the main groups. All right, good. So we understand how did they settled. So they were first base, let me just underline the keyword. So they were first base in the region of South America. All right, the two groups, which would be the Kalingo and the Tainos. And they moved, remember, they were forced to leave from South American region to the neighboring isle of Trinidad, the island of Trinidad. And while they were settling at Trinidad, therefore, guys, we have seen where those two groups were moving again. All right, so some of them, some of the Tainos, they left Trinidad and they continue into the Lesser Antilles. So they moved, they were just keep moving again. They didn't settle fully. All right, some remain at Trinidad and some also moved. So some remain there and some leave. So two of the groups were settling at Trinidad at the time. So it was the Tainos and the Kalingo. Some leave, some moved. All right, good. Therefore, we have seen where the Kalingo now, they were controlling the island of the Lesser Antilles. The Lesser Antilles, we're talking about the Dominica and St. Vincent. Alright, so these are the two, I would say the Lesser Antilles would be the island, I would say they're trying to control. That would be the Kalingo. Now we are seeing where the Tainos now, they fled towards to control the Greater Antilles. So while the Kalingo were controlling the Lesser Antilles, the Tainos now, they move away to control the Greater. Alright, so they didn't want to mingle with the Kalingo. So the Tainos, they move. Remember, the Tainos is a different type of group, guys. Alright, good. So in the Greater Antilles, guys, we have Jamaica, we have Cuba, we have Hispaniola, we have Bahamas. So you guys need to understand these countries. So if you guys want to understand these countries, we can do it in syllables. All right, so we can just go ahead. If we don't understand this country, we can just write it like this, guys. Jamaica. So we need to write GCH. So we're just gonna know how, just to remember, it's more easy. So JCHB. All right, so we're gonna talk about Jamaica, Cuba, Hispaniola, and Bahamas. All right, just remember all of these, guys. Once you remember all of these, we'll talk about the Greater Antilles. All right, we're talking about the Lesser Antilles. We have DS, which is Dominica and St. Vincent. We just write it in a formal way, guys, where you can remember it more easier. All right, so we're gonna move along, guys, and we're gonna talk about how did they go along and what did they concentrate on. All right, what did they do from fishing? What did they go along and eat? What's of all of those stuff? So we're just gonna move along here. So we are seeing that the Tainos settled near the coast or stream and rivers. So for example, the Priestman River in Jamaica. Why? All right, so therefore, guys, we are talking about fishing. So fishing was an important source of food. All right, so you know that the Tainos, guys, they love to go fishing. All right, because they use the bow. They talk about the bow and arrow. We all know about that, guys. The Tainos, those are the type of groups that what they did. They love to bow. All right, they like to use the bow and arrow. Good. So we have seen where they could easily get food for domestic purpose, such as washing their utensils or bathing. All right, so we are talking about they could get water for their crops. And they could go swimming. All right, good. So let me explain this more easier, guys. Why did you think, all right, we're gonna reason this question. Why did you think that the Tainos, they settled near the coast stream? Why? Why did they settle near the coast stream, guys? Give me all of these points, all right? So why did you think the Tainos, they settle near the coast streams or river or water? Why? Why did they do that in Jamaica? Remember, they were settling in the Greater Antilles, and in the Greater Antilles, including Jamaica, Hispaniola, Bahamas. All right? Good. And Cuba. So why did they settle in Jamaica near the coast stream? Why? Correct. Come on, guys. I just want to hear how you guys reasoning, because they're gonna ask all of these questions tomorrow in the CXC. So you need to know how to understand the concepts, and once you know understand the concept, therefore you guys could answer the questions very easily. All right. So let me know in the comment section, guys. You can type one reason why you think the Tainos, they settled near the stream of the river in Jamaica. Why did they do that though? Why they need to go to the coastline, near to the coastline where we have the water stream and the river? Why? Come on, guys, we need some volunteer. All right, good. All right. Let me see here. Let me see all of the comments. Any comments? Guys, I need to interact with you as I go along, so I don't lose anyone. All right, I just want to know that everyone understand what's going on here, and please pay attention, guys, because all of these questions will be back in the CXC history paper 2. All right, they may not just, it's the same concept. All right, so it's most like repeated. It's the same concept. You may not get they may not refer to Jamaica. They may refer to Jamaica. They may refer about Cuba. They may refer about Hispaniola or Bahamas, but it's the same. All right, nothing changed. All right, good. So does everyone understand what's going on? Let me know in the comment section, guys, before I move further. All right, because I'm gonna move along. You see here, cut. Does everyone understand what's going on? Guys, please feel free to leave a comment in the on the live stream here, guys. Let me know if you understand what's going on. Does everyone understand? Yes or no? Please let me know, all right, before I move on. I don't want to lose anyone here. Just want to ensure that you guys understand, so tomorrow when you go into the exams, you guys could answer the questions very confident, and you should be good. So let me know in the comment section, please, guys, if you understand, yes or no, as we're going further. All right. All right, good. All right, good. So there were like more than one reasons why the Tainos they settled near the coast streams or river, and the whole reasons is because fishing was an important source of food for them. All right, so this was one of the reasons, right? One. So fishing was an important source of food. Why the Tainos? So we are talking about the Tainos now, guys. Why the Tainos settled near the coast or stream or river. All right. Now we are going to talk about the other points. The other points here, the reason why the Taino settled near the coast stream is because they could easily get water for domestic purpose, such as washing their utensils and bathing. Or bathing, we can see. All right. Another reason why they also settled at the coast stream is because they could get water for their crops. So it was more easier for them to rotate the crops, guys. All right. So they had the source of water at their point where they could use water to, you know, move along and do their farming at the little crops where they had. All right. They have maize. You know that they grow maize. Maize now, guys, which is M-A-I-Z-E. It's corn. All right, so that's what they refer to corn as maize. All right, we also had potato, guys, sweet potato, all of those. All right, and what they do. We have cassava. They use the cassava starch to, they also use it to press. Therefore, remember, they didn't at that time, guys, what they normally use it to do, the starch, it is a form of poison. So they extract the cassava starch from it, and they made like bami. We all know about bamis, guys, but that's the thing that they normally do. They roast fish and all of those. They also settled near the coast stream because they could go for swimming. Alright, so the Tainos, they love to swim, and it's also provide an excellent output, or I should say our point, for the vintage point. So eventually, guys, they could see the Kalingo approaching and get ready to fight or run. So it was a better lookout point for them. Remember, they were at a vintage point, guys, so they were at an advantage point. So they could see, remember, guys, the Kalingos were settling at the Lesser Antilles and they go to control the Greater. So there was a rival between the Kalingos and the Tainos. So they were looking out for the Kalingos, alright, to see if the Kalingos were coming at their way or approaching their way so they could get ready to fight or run. Alright, but remember, the Tainos, they are not a persons to, I would say, a group to run. Alright, they are a fighter, guys. Even though they were most peaceful persons, I would say are peaceful groups among the other groups. Therefore, we are seeing, but they would defend their turf, alright, or their territories. Therefore, alright. So we are seeing, guys, the Kalingos now, they settle near the coast too. But listen the reason what happened now, guys. This is mainly because they were what we can call like sea rovers. So what we are talking about, sea rovers, we are talking about, it was like the sea was like a highway to them. Alright, so they use it to get and from various islands of the Greater and Lesser Antilles. So they use the sea, guys. Remember, it was like a getaway to them. Alright, it was like a getaway point to them. Alright, therefore they conduct their raids and they were also excellent fishermen. So here, guys, when we are talking about the Kalingos, they were best known because they were excellent work at fishermen. Alright, so we need to understand the point, we need to understand the advantages and the disadvantages. Remember, guys, the Kalingos, they were great and they were best known because they were excellent known as fishermen. Does everyone understand what's going on, guys? Let me know in the comment section, because we're gonna move along and we have a whole point. So we are focusing on the indigenous people and the Europeans. Before I move along to team 2, I just want everyone to have a great, or I would say, understanding before I move on. All right, good. All right, so let me know in the comment section, guys. Does everyone understand so far as we move forward? And if you're not seeing my screen so clearly, I need you to go on your upper right corner, click on the, I would say, the settings icon on your upper right screen. You need to click on quality and you need to click on advanced, and we're going to click on 720 resolution P. So we're going to click on 720 resolution. So that would be the greatest resolution, guys, where you can see the screen more clearer. All right, please and thank you. Alright, so if you're seeing it a little bit blurry, need to change the quality. Alright, so need to change it from 360 to 480 or 720. Depends on your internet connection. Sorry about that. Alright, good. So it depends on your internet connection, guys. Good. So can we get some likes on the stream? Someone says yes, sir. Alright, Ashanti, so you understand. Romario, good. We understand what's going on. Great. Alright, so here we're just gonna move forward. So we need to know what's going on, guys. So we will be looking at the political and economical social organization of these groups. So what we were looking on, guys, let me just wrap up this before I go to the other section. So what we were looking on what they focus on. I remember, so the Kalingo now, they focus on fisher. So they were great known because they were excellent at fishermen, and they normally use the sea as a sea rover to them. The reason why they use the sea as a sea rover to them, because it was like an escape point for them. Alright, so they use the sea, guys. Remember, they were good at fishing, but they conduct their raids. That's how they conduct their raids. So they could move from the lesser Antilles to the greater. So the Kalingos now, they were settling in the lesser Antilles, while the Tainos were settling in the greater Antilles. So they could move from where they were settled to the Tainos. So they were trying to, I would say, have a rivalry with the Tainos. Alright, so that's what they were contented on, what they were focusing on. All right, good. Now we're gonna move to the point where we're talking about its whole political and economic and social organization of these two groups. So two groups before we move to the Mayan. So we're gonna focus on these two groups before we go to the Mayan. So we are focusing on Kalingo and the Tainos. So let's go, guys. All right, good. So here we're going to talk about describe the social and political. So these are questions that CXC will be asking, guys. So you need to listen. They may change the questions, but it's the same. All right. So this says describe the social and political and economic practice. So we're talking about what did the Tainos do. All right, the practices. We are talking about their social and political of the economic practice of the indigenous people in the Americas up to 1492. So we need to get keenly idea with the here. All right, 1492. So guys, when we are referring to 1492, we would know that the Mayans, they were living in the Central Americans. All right, good. So the Central Americans, guys, we are talking about the Mayans now. So we are focusing on the Mayans. All right, so this is another group different from the Tainos and different from the Kalingo. All right, so remember the two first settled group that were moving along together was the Tainos and the Kalingo. But now we're going to talk about these other two groups that move along from the Kalingos. All right, so we're going to talk about the Mayans. So they were living on the Central America. So that was the mainland. All right, they chiefly occupied the Yucatan. So we are talking about the Yucatan Peninsula. All right, Peninsula. So we are talking unlike the Tainos and the Kalingo. Remember, they build most of their settlements inland. So we are talking about inland. All right. We're not talking about outland. We are talking about inland. Inland, guys, we are referring to where they were settling near the coast. Therefore, they were they were looking out for their enemies. All right. So the Tainos were looking out for the Kalingo, while the Kalingo were looking out for the Tainos. But remember, guys, the Tainos were the one that they settled. All right. So they were occupying the greater Antilles, while the Kalingo were occupying the lesser Antilles. Therefore, we're going to move along. All right. So why did they build their settlements though inland? Because they could get a vast expanse of land to build their large, magnificent temple. So we are talking about they could get a large number of land. All right. So we are talking about its size. All right, this expansion, because they did wanted to build their temples. So when you're talking about Mayans, the Mayans now, guys, those persons are persons that build their settlements inland. All right, good. So why? Because they could get a vast amount, all right, a large amount of lands to build their temples. All right, they had it easy to limestone for building. So we're talking about the Mayans. All right, and they were an extensive trade network in their interior. All right, so they were doing trade, they were doing business, they were good at business, doing trade. All right, therefore we have seen where there was much fertile land for agriculture. What we are talking about fertile, we are literally talking about the space. There was much space for land for agriculture. All right, so that was the Mayans. Remember, the Mayans were good at agriculture, while the Tainos, they were good at fishermen. All right, so they were good at fishermen thereafter. All right, we are seeing that the Mayans now, the river was located inland, and it's so because they were also near water supply. So remember, guys, the whole reason why the Mayans now, they normally occupied, I would say, build their settlements inland is because rivers were located inland. So therefore, they had like a near water supply to them. So it was more easier for them, guys, to use the water supply. So even for their agriculture, but they are also good at extensive trade. So we're gonna move along to the political organization. So here we are talking about its whole social. All right, good. Just gonna move along a little bit. Just a moment. Let's scroll up a little bit. All right, good. Let me go here. Good. So we're talking about its political organization, guys. So we are talking about political. Listen. So of the three groups, right, the Mayans were the most advanced. So what we are talking about, guys, the Mayans was most, I would say, knowledgeable. All right. Even though even though the Tainos, they were smart, you know, guys. Listen, they were smart, but they were not so smart as the Mayans. So the Mayans did had more skill over them and more advanced. So they were more superior, all right, to the Tainos and the Kalingo. So remember, guys, we are seeing that they build their vast empires, independent states. So we are talking about such as fairly elaborate. So we are talking about the region system of government. All right. So each independent city-state was ruled by an large eunuch. So when we are talking about large eunuch, we are talking about its own hereditary position, guys. All right. So it was a hereditary position to them. So it's basically they rule by like a power. All right. So they were passing down from the father to son. So they're ruling from the power, guys. So the father now did have the position to rule over its empire. Therefore, they passed that position from the father to the son. So it was like a tradition thing. All right, guys. So his power were now wide. All right. Good. So he was almost an absolute ruler. So we have seen where he would have the final say in all matters. Because the Halach eunuch, we are talking about the hereditary position. So we are talking about power, guys. We are talking about what does the Halach eunuch they hold against the empire. Alright, so they did have the power to rule. So they passed the power from the father to the son. So their powers were so wide. Alright, so the son could make, I would say, a speech or make the whole pool of power. Therefore, the father also have the power too. So it was a wide variety of power that they were ruling in the empire. Alright, so here we are talking about, guys, it was very civil. So we are talking about like the military and the religious duty to perform. Alright, so here it says he designed all domestic policies and foreign affairs. Remember that we are dealing with very large idea when compared to Caribbean region occupied by Tainos and Kalingos. Alright, so when we are mentioning about it large, we are Caribbean regions were occupied by the Tainos and the Kalingos. So when you are talking about its large regions, we are talking about the Greater Antilles and the Lesser Antilles. Alright, so while the Kalingos were settling in the Lesser Antilles, the Tainos were at the Greater Antilles. Alright, good. So Belize alone is a twice size of Jamaica. So we need to know this, guys. Belize was twice the size of Jamaica. Remember, guys, Jamaica wasn't, I would say, my own country here is Jamaica. It wasn't big. Alright, it was a little small country, guys. Therefore, but Belize was the twice. So imagine, guys, twice. Come on, big. Alright, very big. Good. So does everyone understand what's about the political organization? So we need to talk about the independent state. So the independent state was ruled by the Alak eunuch. Alright. So we need to know this, guys. When we're talking about the independent state, we are talking about the regent system like of the government. Alright. So it was ruled by Alak eunuch. Alright. So we are talking about its power. So it was passed down from the father. So it's from the father to son only. Alright. So they had a wide, I would say, his power were wide. Alright. Good. So we're talking about the Alak eunuch, guys. Alright. Does everyone understand? Let me know in the comment section. Hold up. I wasn't reading the comment section. Just a moment. Let me read it. Because fishing was one of their main source. Yes. Fishing was one of their main source too. Good. But when you mention about fishing, we are talking about like the protein, guys. So you know what about fishing, but fishing was their main, I would say, strategy. That's how they obtain their food. All right, for agriculture, let me see what Ashanti said. For agricultural purpose, sir, because they do farming. Yes, they do farming. Ariana says because they mainly do farming and fishing. Good. Someone say, yeah, I understand. To introduce new crops. Also to introduce new crops, JP. Good. But at that time, remember, they were doing farming. They were doing farming, but at that time, while they were doing farming, they were learning other strategy. But they wasn't so advanced as the Mayans. Remember, guys, the Mayans were so smarter than the Tainos. Alright? But even though the Kalingos, now, they were good at fishing, because they were best known as great fishermen, or excellent fishermen. Alright? Ariana says, and the water source provide food and transportation. Yes, the transportation is all where they do their trade. So they were using the sea, build their boats, and traveling from the Greater Antilles to the Lesser, or from the Lesser to the Greater. Good. So does everyone understand? Good. So we're going to move along now, guys. Alright. So we're now talking about the political organization. We are talking about the Alak unit. So each independent state were ruled by Alak unit, where we are seeing where the power would have been passing down from father to son only. So they had a wide variety of power, all right, been passing down. So these, I would say, the states were divided into two, not really into two, but divided into villages, all right, which were ruled by Batabs. All right, so we need to understand between Alak unit. So each independence, guys, you can get a book. Sorry, you can get a book and you can dot down each points. Depends on the team that you're choosing. So if you're going to choose the Europeans and the indigenous people, which is the team that I'm focusing on at the moment, you guys can get a book and dot down each point. So we are talking about the independent state. The independent state was ruled by the Alak unit. So if we were talking about each state that were divided, they were ruled by the Batabs. Alright, so the Batabs. So they were like all chosen from the noble class. So this post was an hereditary. Alright, so we're literally talking about where they were see it as a law and policy that were enforced. So for the Batabs, guys, they were choosing from like the noble class. Alright, so they were chosen, therefore they also had power as well. Alright, but it was like to enforce a law and policies. Alright, good. So here, guys, because the Mayans, I would say, they were like constantly engaging in defending themselves from their neighboring invaders. So we are talking about their neighboring invaders, guys. Their neighbor was who? The Tainos. Alright, because remember the Tainos were settling at the Greater, while I would say therefore the Kalingos. Because remember the Mayans, they were settling at a wide variety. So the two closest neighbors, guys, was the Tainos and the Kalingo. While we have the Mayans, guys, remember what we mentioned about the Mayans? The Mayans were settling, all right, at a different continent. All right, good. So here we're just gonna go back to the point. It says the war chief are Nakoms. So they were also important a part of the government because they were, however, elected for 3 years. So here, guys, we need to outline the point. The Nakoms now, they were playing an important part of government, and they were elected for 3 years. So during the term of office, they were not allowed to drink any strong drink because they were ruling. All right, they were ruling as a government, therefore the Nakoms. Alright, so during their terms, they would have not allowed to drink any strong drink. And they were responsible for providing training, and I would say providing and training the soldiers. So they were training the soldiers. So we are talking about politically. So for politically, we need to understand. Politically, guys, we are talking about the Batabs. We are talking about the Alak unit. We are talking about the Nakoms. Alright, so we need to know that, guys. We need to, when you are writing, we need to know about these stuff. The Batabs, the Nakom, the Alak unit. The Alak unit, they were responsible, or I say they were ruling the independent state. While the Batabs now, they were the states that were divided into villages Remember, we have the states, and then it was divided into villages. So these were ruled by the Batabs. All right, so they were chosen from, I would say, or by the noble class. All right, good. So we're just gonna move along to the other point. Good. So we are talking about social organization, guys. We are talking about, not surprisingly, therefore, we're talking about the society. So the society was also organized along rigid class lines. So these range from the royal family, the nobles, those who held top-ranking government position, as well as tribes, the priests, the merchants. Alright, so we have the tribe, we have the priests, we have the merchants. So the farmers and the craftsmen and the slaves. So we did have three types of persons. Therefore, I would say three groups in its own skill areas. I would say are classified as, I would say, most relevant. So the most relevant was the farmers, the craftsmen, and the slaves. All right. So the craftsmen, guys, was a type of person, they had skills. So they were the ones who carried out certain act, while the farmers were the one that plant the farms. Therefore, they were the one to bring out certain types of, I would say, objectives, while the slaves, they had their own objectives as well. So the Mayan society was like a complex one. All right, so they were very intelligent, as I mentioned, guys. Remember, the Mayans were the most advanced group out of any of these groups. All right, so they were very intelligent, and therefore the society accommodated these privileged people in the noble class. So what we are talking about here, guys, in the social organization, we are talking about where we have seen where the Mayans, they were going into like the farmers. All right, so they were in this noble class, craftsmen. So we are seeing that the Mayans were participating into craftsmen's. Most of them were farmers, some were also the slave. But while these guys, because they were very intelligent, all right, so they were in the society, they were more accommodated or more privileged people in this class. All right, so usually though the astronomers and the astrologers, we are talking about, it's mathematician. So they were very good at mathematics. So what we are talking about, guys, all right, mathematics. All right, they did have some type of system. All right, we're gonna go through all of the system, guys, so you guys could understand what's going on. All right, so they have different type of systems. All right, so here the mathematician were the priesthood. All right, so the list of the various occupations that existed will help us to understand the various groups of the people that make up the Mayan society. So remember, when you're talking about the Mayan society, guys, you are talking about its people. So we're going to talk about, there were many groups, I would say various groups that make up the Mayan society. All right, so it was just not one group of people who made up the Mayan society. There were many. All right, because they were very smart. We had some of them. So let me explain what's going on here. We have some of the Mayans were engineers. All right, some were architects. Some was priests, some was teachers, some was mathematicians. So some of them were very intelligent. That's why they were more advanced than the other group of indigenous people. All right. Good. So most of them were teachers, some were mathematicians, some were astronomers, I would say. Some are scribes, some are merchants, some are traders, some are farmers, some are miners, and even those who work in the forestry industry. All right, or I would say the forest. All right. Therefore, we also have craftsmen and we have artisans. Alright, so there were many of them who made up the Mayans society. So that's why they were very, very intelligent, as I mentioned, guys. Alright, so the Mayans, they were very intelligent. Good. So does everyone understand what's going on here between the social group and the political? So in the political, they were ruling, while the social now, we were talking about its own. You're welcome. Jamari, you're welcome. All right, so we are talking about its own different type of group. So while we are talking about the political, we are talking about the ruling. All right, so we're talking about the Alak Unique, we're talking about the Batabs and the rest. All right, so in the social organization, we are talking about the group that made up the one for the noble classes. So we are talking about its tribes. All right, how did they project their act? All right, because they were most intelligent here, guys. As we were seeing, they were most intelligent, so they were more acceptable to society. All right, so we have different type of them that they empowered in, such as engineers, architects, and all of those. Priests, mathematicians, they were very intelligent. All right, remember, guys, the Tainos, they didn't know to read and write. All right, I'm not laughing because it's funny, but they were not I would say they were not intelligent, guys. All right, the Tainos, they couldn't read and they couldn't write. They had a type of system that they communicate with. All right, and I will be going through all of those so you guys could understand what's going on. So does everyone understand these tribes, guys? All right, so these are the groups that made up the Mayan society. So if they were supposed to mention in the CXC that you need to list 4 types of groups that made up the Mayan society, we know that most of them were engineers, some was architects, some was priests, some was teachers, some was mathematicians, some were scribes, some was merchants, some was even astronomers, some was traders, some was farmers, some was miners, and some were also working in the forest industry, and some was craftsmen and artisans. So does everyone understand the groups that make up the Mayan society? And why was the Mayan known as? They were known because they were most intelligent out of all of the groups. So let me know in the comment section. We have 10 persons watching the live, guys. Can we get at least 20 likes on the stream? Because I will be going through history past paper like crazy. All right, and so you guys could get prepared for tomorrow exams. All right, good. All right, so let me know in the comment section. Does everyone understand so far? Let me check in the comment section. Does everyone understand so far, guys? Please let me know in the comment section, alright? If you guys understand, yes or no, please let me know. Because we're going to move along so you guys could see. Because this is just team 1. We are focusing on team 1. And team 1 would be the indigenous people and the Europeans. Alright? Good. Alright. Any comments? Does everyone understand so far? So I can move on. Alright. Let me check. Sir, where can I find these paper with the information? Well, it's very hard to find these paper. I would have to send you these paper. Alright, so I literally got the mathematics paper, guys, that were that you guys did today. I just got it just now. But I will be reviewing them, I would say, probably, well, I would not say today, because it's really hard. Alright, so I just got the mathematics paper. Let me just save it. I just got the mathematics paper, guys, for some reason, the paper that you guys did today. But anyways, we are focusing on history, so I will be, as I mentioned, I don't teach maths, but I will just going through the paper, guys, for you, so you guys could see how well you did. But anyways, we're going to move along. So, yes, Delisha says yes. Good. So, all right, let me just save this paper to... All right, good. So, we're going to move along. All right, so when we are talking about the Mayan society, we have seen where the Mayan societies, they are big. All right, so we are seeing where they are huge in its whole hardship, and we are talking about art. We are talking about how skilled they were. All right, so we have seen where we have engineers, we have architects, and all of those. All right, good. So I'm gonna move along, guys, so you guys could see what's going on. Good. So here we are talking about the religious belief and practices. So how does the religious belief and practices work? Good. So here, guys, we are talking about the Mayans, alright? So the Mayans were I would say polytheistic, alright? So we are talking about polytheistic. We are talking about they believe as many as 166 gods. So they had many gods, alright, guys? So we are talking about their gods. So when we are talking about it's Mayans, we are talking about they were the type of group that very, very hard thinking. So they were a type of groups that they normally believe in different gods. All right. So they had two numbers of myths. Alright, so we're going to explain the mystery of life, including the earth and creation of man. So this is what they believe in, guys. This is what the Mayans believe in. So we're talking about their religious belief and what they practice. Alright, good. So they believe in the force of good and evil. And when we are talking about force and good of evil, guys, we are talking about, I think, well, most of you guys are from the Caribbean, all right? I know it's saying, not even saying most, but all of you guys are from the Caribbean. Good. So we know about the force of good and evil. So they are talking about spirits, all right? So they normally believe in spirits, good spirits and bad spirits, evil spirits. In Jamaica here, we call it Duppy. All of you guys supposed to understand what's going on, all right? So the Mayans, they were the type of group like that, all right? Because the reason why they also believe in those stuff is because it's what they believe. That was their religious belief. You couldn't take it from them. Alright? That was their myth. Alright? Therefore, they also believe that life after death. So they were believing that after a person die, the person would walk around or do such stuff. So they believe in all of those myths. Alright? They also believe in heaven and hell. So they know that they were God, but they had like they believe in more than one, as they said, 166 gods. So that was the gods that they believe in. So their own goal in the religious belief, they were not believing in one God. Alright, so not just one God, they believe in 166 gods. Alright, therefore they also believe in the underworld. What they are talking about here, this is crazy. Underworld. Alright, so they were talking about what they believe would happen after death. Alright, so therefore they also believe that there is punishment in the afterlife for those who live an evil life. So good. Well, to be honest, sir, can you do biology, please? When I can, Yura, I will try my best. Alright. Alright, so they were talking about punishment. So what happened in the afterlife for those who live an evil life? So what we're talking about, guys, the Mayans were the type of group that they believe that if you live your life in a bad way and you died, then therefore we will receive punishment. Alright, so they also believe that there is a reward in the afterlife for those who live a good life. But to be honest, the Bible has also mentioned about these stuff, guys. Alright, so it's more simple as a religious practice for the Mayans. Alright, they also confessing to the priest of one's deathbed. So what they normally do, they would have confessed on deathbed. So if they do anything bad, therefore they would confess, alright, on their deathbed. So that simply mean when they were dying. Sorry about this notification. While they were dying on their deathbed, they would have confessed if they do anything bad. So basically what they are trying to do is to get forgiveness so they don't go to hell. Remember, guys, they believe in heaven and hell. That's what the Mayans believe. That is their practice. That is their religious. Alright? Thank you for the social studies. Really helped. No problem here. No problem. Good. So here, guys, we are seeing that the Mayans, they also offering human sacrifice to the gods. Whoa, this is crazy, especially virgin girls. Whoa, I can't believe the Mayans were so cruel though. They offering sacrifice to the gods. Alright, so remember guys, the Mayans believe in 166 gods. Whoa, this is crazy. Alright, they're normally also using incense in the process of communicating with God. Whoa. Using incense. Alright. So what they are talking about, guys, here about the incense. Alright. So they are talking about their product that they would have used in the process of communicating with their gods. So what they could normally do when they are communicating, they could feel the whole connection. Alright. They could feel the connection with their gods. And they have birthday festival and celebration in the honor of the god. So what they normally do, guys, they celebrated birthday. Alright, they celebrated birthday for the gods. And this is crazy though. Because remember, they don't just believe in one God, they believe in more than one God. And they also keeping the gods happy. So what they do, guys, would be appeasing the gods. Alright, so appeasing would mean they praise their gods, alright? Remember, they had more than one gods, and including the 166 gods. Alright? Good. Alright, just a moment, guys. Sir, can you do HSB paper tonight? Amelia, I will try my best, alright? I will try my best. I can't promise you that I will do it, but I will try. So, sir, can you please show us how to write the essay as well? Sure, Britannia, no problem. Alright, good. Alright, alright, good. Good. So we are talking about here, guys, it's gender relation. So when we are talking about gender relation, we are talking about in the Mayan society. Amelia's good. Sir, I will try my best, Amelia, right, to do the HSB if I have the time. I will try. All right, good. So in the Mayan society, guys, someone Jamari asks if I teach geography. Yeah, I do teach geography, but I will try my best to make most of those papers available for you guys. I will try my best to see how best I could review before the exams. All right, I'm trying my best, guys, trust me. You know, I literally go out of my way to get these papers for you guys, so I could review for the history, so you guys could have a better understanding. All right, sir, please, I can have understanding with the video. I did my both exam. Sorry, I did well on my both exam because of you. You're welcome, Amelia. I truly appreciate it. All right, good. So moving forward, guys. So in the Mayan society, right, we are seeing that the woman now. So we are talking about gender relations. So let me explain what is gender relation before I go through this point. So when you're talking about gender relations, guys, we are talking about male, female. All right, so how did they participate? What was their role? All right, so what did the man? So in the Mayans, remember, the man, or I would say the male, they do different work from the female. For example, for the Tainos, for the male, they do fishing. For the female, they do like they do cotton. So they do, like, I would say, sewing. They basically sew like clothing for their pins and cushions and all of those. So for the female Tainos, they sew cushions. All right. For the male, they normally do fishing and farming. And for the kid, which would be the child, what they normally do would be like doing chores. But the chores they would normally do, guys, is not like indoors chores. They would normally like getting stuff ready, like getting most of the cottons ready for the maids. For the maids, that would be the female that will be working inside of the home. All right, so that's what they normally do, guys. They had different I would say activities that the gender do. So in the Mayan society, guys, we are seeing that the women now, they normally played a servant role. So the servant role here, guys, would be where the Mayan woman, they were not allowed to drink at a functions. Alright, so we are seeing different role for the Mayans in the Mayan society. It's different for the Indians, which would have been like that, for example, not the Tainos. Alright, so it's way different for them. So they were supposed to take their drunken husband home. Whoa, this is really I would say interesting. Alright, so they were not allowed. Oh my gosh, they were not allowed to drink at a function. The woman, which would be the Mayan woman, they were not allowed to drink. But if their husband were supposed to get drunk, therefore they were supposed to take them home. This is unfair. This is unfair. But I could say I really admit to the point that it's kind of weird in a sense, but it's true that woman was not supposed to drink at a function. But we're going to the point, guys. So they could not hold public office. All right, so their main function were like to bear child. So they were supposed to, you know, have children and homemaker. So they were supposed to have children and dealt with home. So doing with caring at home, guys, like such as cleaning, you know, getting clothes, meal ready at home, cooking, and all of those. So in fact, guys, we have seen where the Mayans, man, now they could divorce their wife if she could have not basically conceive. So they are talking about conceive. We are talking about if the Mayans wife could not get pregnant, so they could divorce them. Whoa, this is really unfair. Really? You're gonna tell me that the Mayans now they could marry, but if their wife couldn't have children, they would divorce them? Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, this is crazy. All right. So they were also given specific roles. Therefore, we are seeing that they work to pay the tribute tax. All right. Therefore, we are seeing that weaving and pottery were done exclusively by the woman. So we are talking about weaving and pottery. All right. Pottery is a type of method, guys, that they make pots. All right. Such as we've seen like cups, all of those stuff. All right. They make all of those stuff. Good. So here we are seeing that there were more recreational activities. So we are talking about different type of activities that were done. All right. Therefore, we have seen where the men were allowed to participate in. So the men were allowed to participate in the activities, while, for example, we are talking about there were only like dance. All right, which the man and woman would allow to dance together. So in the recreational activities, the man and woman were engaged to dance, all right, together. But for the drinking, no, the Mayans female, they couldn't do it, but they were allowing to carry their husband, their drunk husband, home. All right, so we are seeing here that all dances were done by men together. So they are talking about, guys, the dancing, all of the dancing here they could done with the male and female, which would be the Mayans, male and female. But the men now, they also participated in bow and arrow contests. So it was more unlikely, I would say. So it seems as if the female, they were not allowed to participate in the bow and arrow contest. I don't know why, but we're going to go through and we're going to find out the reason why. So does everyone understand what's going on so far, guys? Can we get at least 20 likes on the stream? And please, I'm asking you guys to share the stream. All right, so I need other persons to get engaged with this paper before your exams. All right, good. So we are talking about the gender relations. So remember what we went through, guys. We were went through the basically we're talking about the Mayan society. So the Mayan society, they were made up, I would say they were made up and consisting of artisans. So they were also great at mathematicians. All right? So they were good at mathematics. They were artisans. Most of them were, as we mentioned, guys, most of them were artisans. Most of them were fishermen and all of those. So we need to know why were they most advanced. All right, good. All right, just a moment. Let me scroll down to here. Can we get 20 likes on the stream, guys? Britannia, you understand? All right, good. All right, good. So we're gonna move along. I hope everyone understanding, because I'm not going back over the indigenous people and Europeans. All right, so I hope everyone understand, and I hope you guys are seeing my screen as I move forward. All right, if I can zoom it up a little, let me do it, because I don't want everyone to say, sir, I don't understand. Or good. So I zoomed up my screen a little bit so you guys could see what's going on here. Good. So we are talking about what were the main activities that they did to produce their basic needs. So we are talking about the needs of the Mayans. What did the Mayans do, I would say, or what did they did to produce their basic needs? So we have seen the first thing that the Mayans would do, guys, would be trade. All right, Remember guys, we were talking about the Mayans, why they build their settlements inland. Inland, we were talking about near the coastal line. Alright, so they build it there because they remember the water to them, or the sea to them, was on coastal invaders. Alright, or I would say Rovoda. Alright, therefore we are talking about they could use the sea to travel, like for example, sail from the greater Antilles to the lesser, or so forth. So they could use it to go about to do their trading. Alright, so they trade within their within the mainland. Alright, so they traded by land and sea. So the same thing that I were talking about, guys, they use the sea to move along, to sail. Alright, sail, for example, east, north, west, and south, so forth, within their mainland. Alright, there was a day that's set aside for market, and there were established market centers. Alright, the highlands had goods and the lowlands did not have. Alright, so there was difference. They used the river and the long coastline as sea routes. Remember guys, we were talking about the river. Why did they live, or I say settled? Alright, so if we are talking about living, guys, we're talking about settled. So why did they settle against the coastline? They do it because the coastline to them was to get from one city to another. Alright, so they use it to get from one city to another. So you need to understand this, guys, why this would be one of the main reasons why the Mayans, they also settle inland, because they could use the coastline, the sea route, to get from one city state to another. Alright, so this was way too. Alright, so they could carry a large volume of goods in large canoes. Alright, so that they build instead of a limited amount of their heads over long distance. So it was more easier for them, guys, to travel. So therefore they could build a large canoe that they could also have, I would say, more than likely limited amount of their heads for a long distance. So it was more easier for them, guys, instead of going to long distance. Alright, so it was a more easier route for them. Alright, so we have seen where they also traded the Obsidian and flint. Alright, so we're gonna explain, guys, what is Obsidian and flint. So the flint was a great demand for fire purposes, but was only plenty in certain areas. Alright, so other precious metal, so we are talking about stones. Alright, so stones were traded to use for ornamental or religious purpose. Does everyone understand? So the Mayans now, they were trading stones. And what were the stone used for? The stone used for religious or ornamental purposes. Alright? So for that same reasons, they traded feathers. So then remember, the feathers were also used for religious purposes and ornamental. Alright? So we're talking about own decorations. They had decorations that they did. Alright? For their own traditional purposes and religious purposes. Does everyone understand what's going on between the trade here? About the Mayans? Let me know, guys. I'm making it more easier, and you guys could get a book and jot down the main points. So after I end the video, guys, you also could go over, watch back the live stream, and jot down the points and study the points. So tomorrow you should be good in exams when you see these questions, guys. Trust me, you will thank me later. All right, good. All right, just a moment, guys. All right, good. Any questions, guys, in the comment section? Please feel free to leave a comment. Let me know, guys, any questions before I move along, guys, because I'm just gonna read this point and I'm gonna move along. All right, let me see here. Can we get at least 20 likes on the stream real fast, guys? We have 10 persons watching this live stream. Can we get at least 20 likes? And we are going through We are going through the history topics. So we are going through all of the themes, and I'm explaining all of the themes, and I will be explaining most of the questions that you will be seeing on your paper 2 tomorrow. Alright, so these are the questions, and this is how you go ahead to approach them. So we're just going to go through the themes first so you guys could understand what's going on and you have a clear understanding. Someone says no. Someone says no, sir. Britannia, what you don't understand, let me know. Type it in the comment section before I move on. Any questions, feel free to ask. What you don't know, you ask, alright? Do not feel free to ask, guys, so I could know at least what you're thinking and how best I could go ahead and let you guys understand what's going on here. Alright, so please feel free to let me know what's going on. Alright, guys? Good. So what we are focusing on, guys, we are focusing on the Mayans. So the Mayans, we are talking about their old religious practices. Remember, we are talking about the Mayans. They were a type of group that they believe in good and evil. Alright? Remember, they believe in good and evil. They believe that in afterlife, and they believe in the underworld. Therefore, they believe that if you do something bad in your life at the moment, which we are living, and if you die, therefore, we will receive punishment. Alright? Someone says, I was saying no to no question. Oh, okay. So you do understand in Britannia. That's what you're trying to say. You do understand. Alright, I'm moving forward. So we are already know that they trade with the people of the Greater Antilles. You doing past paper tonight, sir? Past paper with about which subject directly you're talking about, Ashanti? Alright, so we are talking about who were settling in the Greater Antilles. We are talking about the Tainos. Alright? So we are talking about the Tainos. So we have seen where in the Greater Antilles, we were having the Tainos. So the Tainos were in the Greater Antilles, therefore we have seen where the Mayans now they were trading with the people of the Greater Antilles, right? Greater Antilles. Yes, you understand. Good. I just want to ensure that everyone is understanding. Good. So the merchants, history. Yes, I will be going through the papers. As I mentioned, I have all of the past papers here. So I'm just going through the theme first. Remember, guys, if you don't understand the themes, you cannot answer the questions. So I cannot just go through the questions, because if I ask you what is 3 leader in the Mayan society, all right, let me ask someone something, guys. What was the 3? I would say, give me 1 leader in the Mayan society. 1 leader, because remember we were mentioning about one of the ruler in the Mayan society. Does anyone could remember? We were going through this point. We were talking about the Mayan society. So what made up the Mayan society? The Mayan society was made up of the architects, right? They were made up of architects, fishermen, alright, mathematicians, artisans, and all of those. So what is the 3 leaders in the Mayan society? Remember, we were going through, at least give me 1. Can someone tell me one of the leader in the Mayan society? Because we were going through the theme. You see, these help all of us to understand how we can communicate on the exams. So once we go through the theme, then we will understand what the CXC is asking for, what they are asking for. Alright, so anyone can give me 3 leader. I would say give me at least 1 leader, guys, in the Mayan society. 1. Anyone, please? Anyone? No, please, anyone, guys? Anyone? Just tell me 3. No, not sure. You were mentioning about the astrologists. Good, Ariana, the Halak eunuch. Good, Ariana. Not the astrologist. Not really Britannia. We were mentioning about the Halak eunuch, the Batabs, and the other one were the I'm trying to remember that name. I would have to check it. All right. So we were talking about the Halak eunuch, the Batabs, and another one. Let me scroll up a bit, so you guys could understand. So here, guys, we were talking about the Halak eunuch. So these were the three rulers. All right. These were the three rulers, guys. So we were talking about the Batabs, the Nakoms, and the Halak eunuch. All right. So does we see how easy was it his guys to go through the team and understanding the questions? So you see how easy we could receive would say 9 marks here, because once we can explain or outline the three leaders first, then we're gonna explain their roles. Then we should be good. All right. So we have the Halak eunuch, we have the Batabs, and we have the Nakoms. All right. So you know that the Halak eunuch now, they were the ruler of the independent society. So that was their role. The Batabs now, guys, the Batabs were the one here that go along with the government. All right. So we can see they were the one that chosen by the noble class. So they were a part of the hereditary. So we are talking about the policies and laws. So their role now was supposed to see. So their role was supposed to see that the law and policy were enforced. Does everyone understand here, guys? So the Batabs, this is their role. So the Batab role, yes, ruler, yeah, we're talking about the same. All right. So the Batabs now, their role were to see that laws and policy were enforced. Does everyone understand? Does everyone understand? Let me know. All right. So I want everyone to guys, I need everyone to get a grade 1 in history. Trust me. Trust me. Listen, guys. Let me just explain what's going on here. No one move. All right. Please listen. Listen up. Listen up. Listen up. All right. So if you were supposed to see this question, particular this question, guys, let me just mark it. If you were supposed to see this question in CXC tomorrow, and they ask you that, explain 3 leaders in the Mayan society. We know that 3 leaders in the Mayan society is the Halak eunuch, the Batabs, and we are talking about the Nakoms. Good? So let me just understand in the role before I move ahead. So the role of the Batabs, they were supposed to see the laws and policy were enforced. So we are talking about to keep the law and policies. All right. While the Nakoms now, the Nakoms were the one that responsible for providing and training the soldiers. Does everyone understand? Let me know in the comment section, guys. So we have 3 leaders. We have the Halak eunuch, we have the Batabs, and we have the Nakoms. Does everyone understand? Let me know in the comment section. So these, as I outline, I underline their role. So this is their role, guys. Their role, all right? Let me just write it here. This is their role. All right? This is their role. Their role. They are talking about their role. All right? So this is their role, and this is the leader. So we are talking about the leader. All right? So everyone understand. So when we are mentioning about leader, we are talking about Batabs, Nakoms, and Halak eunuch. So the rule for the Batabs, they were supposed to see. So we can just summarize this in our own little answer. So they were supposed to ensure. We don't have to say see. So they were supposed to ensure that rules and policy were kept. We don't have to say enforce. All right? Simple. And now for the Nakoms, they were responsible to provide and ensure for training the soldiers. All right. For the Halak eunuch now, let me just go ahead and explain what they were for. So the Halak eunuch is another leader. Good. So what did they do though? Here, so they had various. So this is what the Halak eunuch do. Right. So they had military and religious duties to perform. But their main role here, guys, they were supposed to build. So they were supposed to ensure that the government, so the state was supposed to ensure that the power was kept. So they were a ruler. All right. So they were a ruler, therefore. So we can say I would say their role was supposed to ensure that the civil, military, and religious duties were performed. So they were supposed to ensure that all of the duties were performed. The religious duties, military duties, and the civil duties were performed. So does everyone understand what is the three rulers and their role here? Does everyone understand? In the Mayan society? Does everyone understand, guys? Because I'm just going to move along, alright? I won't waste in time because I have a lot to cover. I don't think I will be able to cover the 9 teams, but I'm trying my best. Trust me. Alright? So I'm going to move along. I won't be wasting much time. Yep. Good, Ariana. Good. So tomorrow, if you guys see these questions, you should be able to answer them with flying colors. So if you don't understand the name, write them down. Batabs, Nakoms, and Halak. Halak, unique. So you need to know how to pronounce it. H-A, Halak, H-A-L-A-C-H, U, unique. U-I-N-I-C, unique. Alright, Halak, unique. Good. So we're just going to move along, guys. I won't be wasting much time. So we are talking about the groups that made up the Mayan society. We are talking about engineers, architects, priests, teachers, mathematicians, astronomers. So when let me see who we're asking about astrologists. Britannia was mentioned about astrologists. So if you were talking about astrologists, that would be the type of group that make up the Mayan society. Alright. So we're talking about the scribe, the merchant, the trader, the farmers, the miners, the craftsmen, the artisans, and we are talking about the forest industry, who work in the forest industry. Alright, good. So we're just gonna move along. Someone says, sir, suggestion not to do one team for each. Suggest not to do. Oh, so you want me to suggest which one of the team you should not do? So it would take a lot. So it wouldn't take a lot of it. Alright, well, the team, trust me, one of the hardest team to do, guys, would be let me check. I would have to check the teams because, to be honest, one of the teams is there. This is about the one about the Metropolitan. That team is, I think it was team 4, if I don't lie. I think it was team 4 if I think, guys. That team is a very hard one. Alright, but you can choose between the Caribbean this was Caribbean development. That one is easy because you were supposed to write an essay about how the development inspired and how it go, like how did it transpire, guys. So we're talking about the development. Alright, good. So we're just gonna move along to, someone says, okay, sub chat. Okay, Jake One, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Make sure you guys do like the stream. Alright, the more like we have, it's better. And share the stream, please. If you know any of your friends doing history tomorrow, please feel free to share the stream and watch the ads. Alright, please. As appreciation, guys, for my assistant. Yes, the Metropolitan Movement, I think. Yes, Ariane, I think that one is a little bit hard. Alright, good. So we're going to move along. So we are talking about farming now. So one thing that the Mayans, I would say they normally do, they in trading. So that is what their main activities. So the main activities of the Mayans that they do to produce their basic needs, they do trade. So the Mayans, they do trade to produce their I would say produce their basic needs, and they do, let me just gonna move along, farming. Alright, so they do farming as well for their basic needs. So good. So we're gonna move along, guys. So the merchant and trader were known as polyms. So we need to know this, guys. Can you please get a book and a pen, please, and write down this definition? All right, write down this definition, guys, please. So polyms, all right, because these P's are very silent, so we say phylums, but it's not phylums, it's phylums, right? So phylums, guys, we are talking about traders and merchants. Alright, so the traders and merchants is known as phylums. Alright, so they were often used as suspected, being spies who carried out information. So we are talking about informer. Alright, so we are talking about the merchants and trader, guys. They were phylums, so they were spies, they were informer. Alright. Good. So we are talking about, you know, in the Caribbean we normally talk about persons who are being informer, right? So they are the persons who carried out information from one city to another. Alright, good. So we are talking about the merchants and the trader. They were classified. Alright, so they were used as a suspect of being spies who carried out information from one city to another. So we are mentioning about farming now, guys. Alright, so farming would be one of their needs, I would say, are their main activities for the Mayans to their basic needs. So why did they do farming though? They do farming because it was practiced as slash and burning, alright, terracing, alright, and raised field farming techniques. So they grew a wider variety of crops. These included starch, vegetables, maize, corn. So remember, guys, remember mentioning about maize. So when we are talking about maize, we are referring to corn. Alright? Also their favorite starch. So remember, for the Mayans, they grow larger, or I would say wider variety of crops. So they didn't grow just one type of crops. They grow many type of crops. Their form of crops that they would have grown would be including such as starch. Alright? So the starch now would fall in where we are talking about the maize. And the maize is corn, alright, and vegetables, alright. So the maize now was their favorite starch, alright. So they love corn. Good. Among the list of foods, guys, we find that squash. So they also grow squash. They grow squash, they grow pumpkin, and of course we are talking about cocoa, alright. The course of cocoa, alright. So we are talking about cocoa, guys, alright. Good. So they also had cottons as well, cassava, papayas, and sweet potato. Remember, guys, so these are the whole type of crops that they grew. Alright, so we need to outline the crops. So they grow vegetables. So when you're talking about vegetables, guys, alright, they grow vegetables, they grow corn, we were talking about maize, they grow squash, they grow pumpkin, and they grow cocoa. They grow cassava, they grow papaya, and sweet potato. But their main starch was corn. They love corn so much. Alright, good. So that was their way, I would say, their basic activities for their basic needs. So that is how they live, what they used to live off of. Alright, so they live off farming, and they also live off what we are calling trade. So they do trading and they do farming. So we're gonna just go ahead to hunting now, guys. So when we are referring to hunting, let me just go up a little bit. When we are referring to hunting, we are talking about the Tainos. So the Tainos and the Kalingo now, guys, they were, I would say, they're also known as hunting. So they were the hunting type of group. Alright, they were, remember, guys, when we were talking about Mayans, we are talking about the farmers. They're also good at farming too. Alright, and remember, the Kalingos, they were great fishermen. So we need to understand the difference between these type of groups. Alright, what is the difference between Kalingo? What is the difference between the Tainos? What is the difference between the Aztecs? Alright, and all of these groups. So we need to know. So we are focusing on the Mayans. Alright, so we are seeing where the Mayans now, guys, they practice. They're also a little bit farming. So they grow squash, pumpkin, cocoa, cassava, papaya, sweet potatoes. They are, for the hunting now, guys, you're talking about the Tainos. So the Tainos and the Kalingo only knew two animals. So we're just gonna know what is the two animals that they know. Alright. So for the Tainos, guys, and the Kalingos, in the wild history of Central Americans, I think you guys heard about these type of beer. that the Tainos were used to, they used to bow to catch them. Hold up, guys, my battery is dying. All right, let me plug in my charger just a moment. I don't want my stream to end. Just let me plug in my battery a moment, guys, please. All right, good. All right, good. All right, guys, so good. So we are talking about hunting. We are talking about the Tainos and the Kalingo. All right, so these two groups, they only know two types of animals. And the only two types of animals that the Tainos know and the Kalingos were rabbits. They know rabbits, right? Because to be honest, they used to catch rabbits, guys, but their main one would be like deers. All right. But they also hunted, like for example, they hunted agouti. So agouti is a type of like a bear, but it's a different type of bear, guys, right? And jaguar. They also hunted jaguar too. Also, we are seeing where they normally catch like a numbers of birds and deers and jaguar. But therefore, we are seeing, guys, in the wild forests of the Central American mainland, they were like natural habitats of many animals. So the animals that they were there in the Central American mainland was birds, deers, and jaguar. But they also hunted agouti. Sorry. So agouti is a type of bear, guys, but it's a different type of I would say animal, in a sense where it was different types, but it was out of content. Right? So they did have to go out of their zone to hunt these type of animals. Alright, so we are talking about animals husbandry. We are talking about they weird. So they means that simple meaning they raise a wide variety of animals in order to provide meat. So instead of them going out, guys, to get meat, alright, they normally catch animals and raise them. Alright, so we are talking about what? The Kalingo, the Tainos, right? But therefore they raised variety of animals in order to provide meat for their family and for sale in the market. So they also catch the animals and they would have catch and sell them. So we're talking about rabbits. I remember I was mentioning about rabbits just now, guys. So we are talking about rabbits. So the Tainos, they normally feed their family on rabbit, but they normally I would have said basically they mostly catch like fish mostly, but rabbits was one of their main source, alright, of meat. Also, not just one main source, but one of their main source, and that is where we have curry. I think you guys heard about curry. Alright, so this is how the Tainos, they invented curry and all of those stuff. We're gonna go into details as we move along, guys, so we're gonna understand what's going on. Alright, and we also talking about the tapir, which is a type of animal. Alright, good. So we also talk about mining. When you're talking about mining, we are literally seeing where it would have played an important part in the Mayan society and politics. So we have seen where there were like a large deposit of limestones to be found along the Central Americans mainland. So therefore, guys, we are seeing using their slave labor, they normally extracted like a huge amount of blocks of limestones from construction of their city towards like the temples and pyramid. So they normally use most of those like limestones for construction for their city, and they normally use those limestones for like the temples and their pyramids. All right, so does everyone understand? So we have 5 main activities that the Mayans, I would say, they use for their source of supply. So their main activities that they use to produce their basic needs. And when you are talking about their basic needs, we are talking about how did they live. So they live off trading, farming, hunting, animals, husbandry. So we are talking about animal husbandry, we are talking about even animal hunting. So we are talking about it hunting, but we are not literally talking about they hunt and raise at the same time. Alright, so instead of just hunting and killing, they normally come to a conclusion where they are seeing where they would have to, you know, have animals in their zone so they can raise and sell and use for meats for their family. So we are talking about animal husbandry, and we are talking about animal husbandry. We are talking about raising animals for the market, for sale. So we are talking about rabbits and tapir. All right, good. So we have 20 persons on the stream, guys. Can we please share the stream, sorry, and please like the stream. All right, we can at least 30 likes on the stream as we move along. All right, so does everyone understand so far? Let me go ahead and go to this question to see if anyone understands what's going on. So here, guys, I need everyone to tell me here what were the five. I would say five. All right, so there are just like five. What were the five main activities that were like produced, that the most of the groups they use to produce their basic resource? Can someone type in the comment section? List outline the five main activities that they do to produce, or they did to produce their basic needs. Can I get some volunteer in the comment section before I move along? I just want to ensure that you guys are learning as we move along. Mining, good, Ariana, good. Good. Any more? Farming, good. Trading, good. Any more? We need more volunteer, guys. We only seen one volunteer so far, which is Ariana. Can we get more volunteer in the comment section? Let's go, because I'm moving on to the other slides. All right, so I just want to ensure everyone do understand what's Gamari says trade, hunting, husbandry, mining. Good. Any other persons? Hunting, Britannia. Britannia says hunting. Good. Farming. Good. And we have 13 persons, guys. I didn't get 13 volunteers. I only got like 3 volunteers so far. Let me see, 2 or 3. We have Ariana. We have 3. I only got 3 volunteers so far. Brandon says hunting, good. Ashanti says trading, good. All right, so I think everyone understands, so we can move along. All right, good. So remember, guys, I need you guys need to know this. So before I move on, let me just go back on this point. I just need everyone to know this point so we can know what's going on. So the merchants, guys, we are talking about the merchants and the trader. They were known as falimps, and we are talking about spies. All right, so they were known as informers. So we need to know about this thing. Simple example for the falimps, we are talking about the informer. So they were known to who carried information from one city to another. So they were known as informers. All right, and we all know about this stuff. All right, we normally say this person is a person, he's an informer or she's an informer. All right, so we are talking about spies. So they were known as persons who carry information from one city to another. All right, so we are talking about the falimps. All right, good. So everyone is understanding, so I'm gonna move along. Good. So we're gonna move on to another question. The question would be, how did they manage to earn their title the most advanced? So we are talking about the Mayans, guys. So we're just gonna explain what's going on. How did the Mayans earn their title to be the most outstanding tribe out of all of the tribes? All right, outside of Tainos, we are talking about Tainos, Aztecs, all right, Kalingos. How did they become so famous though out of the tribes? And we are seeing where they had technology. All right, so because they were the reason why they were most advanced, so we are talking about the keyword here. We just underline the keyword, most advanced. All right, let me show you that arrow. We are talking about most advanced. So the reason why they were most advanced is because they had technology, guys. All right, when we are referring to technology, because here we are seeing the engineer. Remember, guys, we were talking about the whole group that make up the Mayan society. The group that make up the Mayan society was engineer, farmers, artisans, mathematicians, all of those. So they were very educated. But the Tainos, they were there. I would say they were donks. All right, they couldn't read, they couldn't write, they couldn't count, guys. All right, they had a type of system that they used. They used stone to communicate on. Alright, so I will go through all of those stuff so you guys could understand what's going on. But the Mayans now, guys, they could read, they could count, alright, they could do mathematics. Alright, so that is where we are getting the tribe from. Where we are having the subjects mathematics now. Most of us even have problems with mathematics. Alright, so it was most advancing. It was a tradition thing, guys. Alright, but the Tainos now, they were a type of group. They wasn't educated. Alright, good. So we're gonna move along. So it says we will do engineering and architecture. So we are talking about as a separate item, since this was a very important part of the Mayans religion and society. So we are talking about the Mayan society. So they normally use their limestones and mortar for the Mayans constructed the following to create their magnificent empires. So we are talking about limestones, guys. Remember, the Mayans, they use their limestones to even make like the priest temple, and also they use it to construct for their, I would say, empire. So they normally use it to construct temples for their empire normally. So we are talking about the corbelled arch. Alright, so here in the corbelled arch, guys, there we are talking about its all different constructor. Alright, good. So here we are talking about roads and bridges. So we're gonna go through all of these, guys, so you guys could understand what does they mean and what did they use them for. Alright, so for the corbelled arch, alright, they had roads and bridges. So they use the road and bridges, guys, to use to move from one point to another point, to even travel, to carry goods. Alright, to carry goods like such as for their family, alright, across, like trading border. They use it against like for the trading border. So they normally use the sea where they're transporting the goods from the sea, then using the bridge and the roads to cross. Alright, good. And they have the causeway. Alright, they also have the massive temple with staircase for worship. They also have an entire city with huge pyramids that were constructed of stones and Shishend, Hista, and Tikal. Alright, good. So we are talking about large public buildings made of limestones and mortar. Alright, therefore we have seen where they also have stone stelae with their history depicted on them. So we are talking about the stone stelae. Alright, good. So here, guys, another one would be where they are seeing they were skilled in mathematics. Same thing I were talking about, guys. And the practice that they were known of writing, it was a hieroglyphic. Hello, Rapid J here. Welcome to the stream. Alright, if you're new, make sure you do subscribe to the channel and share the stream. Thank you. So their form of writing were known as hieroglyphic. I think everyone know about hieroglyphic writing, right? I think your history teacher taught you this before. Everyone know about hieroglyphic? It's a type of writing that the Mayans use for communication. Alright? So they also had books that were made from tree barks. Alright, so this was the whole reasons why the Mayans were so advanced over the other tribes. Alright, because they could do mathematics. They could do constructions. Alright? So the first thing we went through just now was the technology. Someone says no. Gamari, what you don't understand? Let me explain. So the question we are asking here, we are talking about how did they manage a style character. Good Rapid JA, good. Yes, good. Rapid J, it said, sir, it contained 850 highly stylish characters. Technology, engineer, architect. Yes. So we are talking about the question here, guys. They will ask you this question in CXC. They're gonna ask you, why did the Mayans earn the title? How did they earn the title to known as the most advanced civilization? Why was they so smart? All right. Not that, sir, the letter thing. Oh, you're talking about the hieroglyphic. Oh, good. Alright, so let me move on then. I think you understand. Alright, so the hieroglyphic, guys, we're going to explain on the hieroglyphic. The hieroglyphic is a type of writing, right? They were advanced through mathematics and science. Good, Ashanti, good. Good one. Alright, so when you're talking about the hieroglyphic, guys, you're talking about it's a it's a type of writing, right? So it's a type of writing known by the Mayans. So therefore, we know that the Mayans was very smart type of person. I would not say even type of person because they were a group. So therefore, they were a type of smart group out of the civilization. And the reason being because they were known, they were also skilled in mathematics. They were skilled in mathematics and they were skilled in hieroglyphic writing. So hieroglyphic writing, guys, is a type of ancient system, alright? So it was used such as they were mostly used hieroglyphic writing on tombs. So they were using it on tombs. I think if you guys should see, I am so sorry I don't have a picture here that I could show you the writing. And if I show you the writing, you should be good. So we are talking about the hieroglyphic writing. It's a type of writing that, guys, that was used on tombs, temples, all right, and even statues, coffins. They use it to write your name on the coffins, all right, and on the statues they use it to write quotes and all of those. Alright, so they were able to multiply and add subtraction columns and use a dot for 1 bar, for 5 bar, and a shell for 0. Good, rapid. Good. Sounds good. Alright, here, so we are talking about they also created like eternity for their gods and afterlife. So some example that they were talking about, they normally carve like more like art writing. So that's what they use the hieroglyphic writing for, guys. They use it on tombs. They use it for carving, scare carving, alright? They use it for also, it's a type of translation words for their gods. So they use it in the early time of like Greek, Egypt, for the Egyptians, like, guys. They never distribute it in a older handwriting of the days. So those type of writing was a type of writing, guys, that they use for tombs. As I mentioned, they use for tombs, their statues and all of those. And temples. So they normally created like calendar. So these were the whole thing while they were civilized. So here we are talking about technology. So they were civilized in mathematics, writing, and the writing were known as hieroglyphic writing. They also made books from tree barks. They also created a calendar that was similar to our 365 days in the year of a leap day as well. So when you're talking about leap year, guys, they also create calendar, but it was similar to our 365 days in a year. All right. They also practice astrology. Good. So this is one as well. Astrology. So they observe the stars and planets. All right. So they use these to determine the right time to plant. So they also reap and even married. So I don't know how they do it though, but Mayans were very smart. That's what I'm trying to say, guys. They were a very smart tribe of group. And the reason why I said that, guys, because how did they know to use the astrology in a type of way where they know when to plant? Alright, so in their crops farming, they know what time to plant certain types of crops. So they would know what time to plant like squash, potato, and all of those. Alright, they also know what time would be the best time for them to even get married and the time to reap their plants as well. Alright, therefore they add like 3 farming techniques. So we need to know these. Remember, guys, they had 3 farming techniques. That is the Mayans. We are talking about the Mayans. They had 3 farming techniques to include like slash and burning method. Alright? So we're just going to move along to the 3 techniques. We're going to read along and go so you guys could understand. So they had a form of currency. We all know that. This would be in paper 1. They will ask this question in paper 1. What is the type of, I would say, currency that the Mayan use? They access in paper 1, and we all know it's cocoa bean. So they use cocoa bean for money. So we need to know this. Alright? So the main source of the cocoa bean, guys, for the Mayans, they use it for money. Alright? So they use the cocoa bean for money. Alright? They also use irrigation methods. Alright? So we are talking about the water. How did they? That is the whole reason why they stay close to the inland, because they were close to sea and river, so they could use that water for irrigation, sorry, for their farming. All right, they also used them as well to ensure that they also had water supply right through their farming supply techniques. They knew and know how to use the art of dyeing. All right, so they were very smart. As I mentioned, guys, they were smart because of technology. And we are talking about technology. They know how to do the hieroglyphic writing, the astrology. They know about the farming techniques and all of those. They even make books from even tree barks and all of those stuff. Good. So we're going to move along to the other Tainos. Before I move along, I just want to ensure everyone understand. So does everyone understand this question? How did the Mayans, how did they gain their title? Does everyone understand? A simple summary. How did they gain their title of the most, I must say, civilization, the most advanced? How did they gain it? All right. They gained it because they were smart in the sense of having high technology. Jaquan says, I am lost, guys. Can someone please update me? All right, Jaquan. So what I was going through here, I was talking about how did the Mayans, how did they earn their title of the most advanced? So remember, guys, we all know that we heard about the Mayans, right? So the Mayans was very advanced out of all of the tribes. Remember, they were very advanced out of the Tainos, the Aztecs, the Kalingos, right? How did they become so most advanced? And I'm talking about how did they be so popular? How did they be so popular? They were so popular because they were good in technology. So they were like engineering and architect. All right. They were also good at mathematics. They could read, they could write. Remember the Tainos, they couldn't read, guys. They couldn't write. The Tainos were a type of illiterate persons. All right. They were illiterate. They couldn't read. They couldn't write. But the Mayans could do. So they also practiced writing. They're called in the writing known as hieroglyphic. Sorry. Hieroglyphics writing. They also made books from tree barks, right? They also created a calendar that were similar to our 365 calendar that we normally lead up to a leap year. Sorry. All right. They also practice astrology. So we are talking about the astrology, guys. We are talking about how did they know what time to plant, like crops, what time to reap, and on what time to get married. They also know all of those stuff. Therefore, they also had different types of techniques for their farming. All right. So they have slash and burn method. They have the irrigation method. So they also have different type of method. They even know the art of dyeing. Alright, so we have three different types of method, guys, that they use. So we know about the slash and burning method that the Mayans use. We know about the irrigation method, and they also know how to do art of dyeing. Alright, sorry. Good. So Jaquan, does you understand now? Because I'm going to move along to the Tainos. So we're going to move along to the Tainos. So we were focusing on the Mayans. All right, the Mayan. So we're gonna move along to the Tainos, and then we're gonna move along to the other one would be the Kalingo. All right. So we were focusing on the political aspects of the Mayans. All right. So we want to know, how did they become so famous? What did they do to become so famous? So we're going to focus on the Tainos now. So does everyone understand? Let me see the comments. Britannia says hieroglyphics writings on tombs, books from three barks calendar similar to modern days. Good. Astrology used to determine the good time to plant and also reap. Britannia, they normally know what time to reap, what time to plant, and what time to get married. So they were studying the astrology way. Good. So I think everyone understands so far. So we're going to go through Tainos. So we're going to talk about the political part of Tainos, guys. So the team that we are focusing on, just to let everyone understand what we are doing here, if you're just joining the stream, we are focusing on the indigenous people and the Europeans. So that is the team we are focusing on. So we'll be going through the team and how it affected politically and socially, all right, and all of those. Good. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, Britannia. All right, no problem. Good. So here we are talking about political. So when you're referring to the Tainos, they normally known as the Arawaks. Alright, so let me write it for you here. Aro. Alright, I can't write this. Alright. I don't know why this is not writing so well. But they're referred as the Arawaks, alright? Good. So the Tainos, they normally known as the Arawaks. Alright? So there's a type of group. So politically, guys, the Tainos, they had a simple system of government. So we need to know. Remember, the Mayans, they have a type of government. Their type of government was the Alak-Unic. Remember, the Alak-Unic, the Batabs, and the Halak-Unic, the Batabs, and the Nakoms. Yes. Alright? Good. Sir, could you do the resistance and revolt after? Rap youth, I will be going through all of those topics, alright? So you don't have to worry. I have all of the topics here. See? I have this is the team 9, team 8, the revolt. Let me find it. This is a resistance and revolt. See? This is a resistance and revolt. I soon go through that rap you. Just a moment. Alright, I'm just focusing on the first topic that will be on the paper. So this is the first topic you will be see on the paper. And we are talking about the Europeans, the indigenous people and the Europeans. So let me just focus on this first, alright? We'll be going through. Tonight, I think I won't be sleeping, to be honest. Just for you guys, alright? So I will be going through all of the topics. So you don't worry. Don't worry. I got you guys, alright? Sir, could you do resistance? Alright, I'm reading back that question. Sir, send a link for them, please, and thanks. No problem, Gamari, no problem. And you guys can email me, so I could just forward them through the email, more easier, so you guys could have them, alright? Because it's in my email here, so I could just attach each document that you need, and just, or I will try to upload them to, like say, a Google Drive and paste the link, so you guys could have them, alright? No problem. Alright, good. So we are talking about the political way of the Tainos. So we have seen where the Tainos they had a simple system of government, guys. Their type of system would be the Kakik. Alright? It's Kakik. It's not Kakyu. It's Kakik. Alright? So we're talking about the Kakik, guys. The Kakik was a leader. Alright, so he belonged to a specific family. So we are talking about the Kakik. So let me just underline this. So we are talking about the Kakik, guys. The Kakik was a leader in the Tainos, alright, in the Arawaks, alright. So his spouse was hereditary, alright. So we are talking about this mean it was passed down from father to son. Remember, guys, we are talking about hereditary. When you are talking about hereditary, right? Hereditary. When you are talking about hereditary, we are talking about its generation. How did it pass? My email, let me drop my email in the comment section, guys. You can check my description. My email is in my description, all right? Click in my description, please. You guys will see my my Instagram. You will see every information that you need. Check my description, guys, so I don't have to type it. All right, good. And can we get at least 30 likes on the stream, guys? Someone, Ariana says same as the Mayans. Yeah, same as the Mayans. Good point, Ariana. Good, you're learning. Love that. So remember, the Mayans now, they were passing down from family to son. I would say from father to son only. But it is the same as the Tainos. We are seeing where they were passing down from father to son throughout generation. So the simple meaning, it was moving, alright? Good. So in a Taino society, a female could inherit the position if her father, the Kakik, did not have a son. So what we are talking about here, guys, is where we are talking about the female. So the female could gain, I would say, gain power, or even gain we are talking about inherit. So we are talking about what could the female gain. So the female could gain the power if her father, the Kaki, didn't have a son. So we are talking about the female. But if the female if the female father now basically did have a son, she couldn't inherit. But if We are talking about if she didn't. So if the father didn't have a son, then the female could inherit. Alright, so we know that there was a human cacique. Alright, so we are talking about the cacique ruling the provinces in the Hispaniola when Columbus and his man arrived on their first voyage to the Caribbean. Good. So someone says, hold up, let me read the comment section. Justin mentioned that, sir, hold up, so let me read the comments. Alright. Just a moment, guys, because my phone is freezing. I have to read the comments on my phone since I'm using my laptop to stream. Just a moment. Alright, good. Please. Let's see here. Someone says, sir, could you do, oh, this is the different one. Send the link for them, please, and thanks. Alright, sir, what's your email? Justin Wallace says, how long will you be live, sir? I will be live at least around, I don't really know as yet, but I will be live a few hours, will I? Someone says, it's not cacique, sir, it's cacique. Oh, you're talking, oh, cacique, not cacique. Alright, anyways, well, it doesn't matter how you pronounce it. Cacique or, whatever, cacique, alright? So we are talking about the cacique, guys. Alright, so we are talking about the cacique. We are talking about how did they rule. Alright, so therefore we are seeing there are a type of ruler in the sense where they passed it down from the father to son, but also the female could inherit if the father didn't have a son. So we are talking about, remember, the son would be the main power here. Alright, so once the father had a son, then the son would be the ruling. So it's similar to the Mayans, as Ariana said. Alright, good. So here we are talking about, we have seen where the cacique ruling the province. So we are talking about its whole part of the island in sense. Alright, so we are talking about Hispaniola when the Christopher Columbus basically and his man arrived on his first voyage. Sir, yes sir, you are correct, no? Good. Cacique. Good. So it's good. It doesn't matter how you pronounce it, guys, but at least thanks for the correction, Justin. Alright? Good. Alright, good. So here we are seeing a map here. So we are talking about the settlements. So we are looking about the settlements here. Alright, so we are talking about Dominican Republic. We are talking about Haiti. We are talking about Gotwan and all of those. Alright, good. Good. Alright, so we're gonna move along. This doesn't matter. Alright, so each island, guys, were subdivided into provinces. Alright, so are what we could call communities. So we're talking about communities. Alright. Alright, so here we are talking about the cacique, guys. The cacique was in charge of the province. Alright, so the province were like, he or she had several duties. So we are talking about the communities, alright? So the cacique now was in charge of the community, alright? Therefore, what was the duty of the cacique? So the cacique now, guys, the duty of the cacique was supposed to be supreme judge, alright? So they were supreme judge. They were lawmaker. So he made the law and enforced them. So we are talking about the cacique. Alright, good. We are talking about the chief priest. Good. So the chief, we're talking about the priest in the community. Alright, so we are talking about their duties. Alright, so they had several duties. Right? The distribution of land, sorry, not law. We had led ceremonies. So we are talking about leading, alright, in the ceremonies activities. The cacique now was the one that in charge of those, all right, all of these things. The cacique was in charge of it. All right, does everyone understand what's going on? So in the Mayans we had three leaders. The three leaders was the Halak eunuch, the Hatabs, and we had the trying to remember the name. Potabs. Is it Potabs? No. No, we had the Halak we had the so we have the Halak guys, we have the Batabs, and we have the I'm trying to remember the name. It's a little bit confusing. But can someone really remember me the name, guys, of the three leaders? So we have the Halak for the Mayans, we have the Batabs, and we have the Nakoms. Yes, the Nakoms. Good. It's a little bit, guys, the name may be a little bit challenging for you guys to remember, but trust me, it will be easy once you guys go along and memorize it. All right, good. So we are talking about the CSEC. So the CSEC, guys, is one of the I would say the leader in the Tainos, in the Taino society. All right, so we are talking about the CSEC. So the CSEC was therefore they were like supreme judge. So they were their duties was to ensure as supreme judge, lawmaker, chief priest, distribution of land, and led ceremony. So we're gonna move along. And also fix the day of worship and celebration. So this is what another point. They also fix the day of worship and celebration. All right, good. So there were a few laws. So when we're talking about laws in the Taino society, guys, we are talking about the Tainos. They were peaceful. Remember we mentioned, guys, the Tainos were the most peaceful tribes. All right, set of people who believe in practice such as clan cooperation and respects for elders. So they normally respect their elders in their generation, right? So they work and play together in harmony. So there were very few crimes. So we have seen, guys, the whole reason why we normally seen that the Tainos would have get corrupt is because of Christopher Columbus. All right. So Christopher Columbus was the one that, you know, their voyage and their soldiers led to the Antilles, all right, and you know, interrupt the Tainos, you know, bring violence to them. All right, good. So the CSEC now was aided by a group of nobles known as the Natianos. All right, so we are talking about the Nitianos. I was talking about the Nitianos. When we are talking about the Nitianos, guys, the Nitianos, they were able to see. So I need everyone to write down this in their books. It doesn't matter. So we have another group here, not a group, but a leader. Another leader was the Nitianos. Someone says the Batas. It's not Batas. It's Halak and but he says Batas. It's not Batas. Alright, the word here we are looking for, let me just scroll it back. The word we are looking for here would be Batabs. Tabs. It's tabs. T-A-B-S. Batabs. Alright, Batabs, Nakoms, and we having the other one here. We're talking about Halak. So Nakoms. So we're talking about Nakoms, Batabs, and Halak. So we're just gonna move along back to the Tainos here, so you guys could see what's going on. So we have two leaders in the Tainos society. So we have the CSEC. All right. So the CSEC now, we're gonna outline their role. So what did the CSEC they do? The CSEC now, therefore, we are seeing the CSEC here would be were the ruling. Alright, so they were the ruler in their community. So this is their role. Alright, so we have one leader of in the Taino society. So we are talking about the CSEC. So the CSEC now were the human CSEC now were the ruling in the community. So we are talking about province, we are talking about community. So the CSEC now was the ruler in the community. Alright, and we have now another ruler would have been the Natianos. Alright, so the Natianos now, they here what they normally do, they were to see that the order of the chief were carried out. Alright, so they were normally to see that the order of the chief was carried out. So far we know that we have three leaders in the Mayan society. All right. So we have the Batabs, we have the Halak eunuch, and we have the Nakoms. All right. In the Taino society now, we have the Natianos. So we have the Natianos. The Natianos, they were supposed to see that the orders of the chief were carried out. And now we have the mentioned the CSEC. So the CSEC now, they were the ruler in the community. So the female was to ensure that the community were, you know, engaging a role in the sense that they were watching over the community. All right, so they were in charge of the community. But then the Natianos now, they ensure that the orders were carried out, of the chief were carried out. Good. So here the CSEC had many privileges, guys. All right. So the privilege of the CSEC now, he allowed to have more than one wife. All right. This could increase his charge of having a male here. So we are talking about bearing. All right. So therefore we are seeing that the male of the CSEC, he could have more than one children. So therefore his chance is having a higher chance of having a male. All right. A male boy, a boy baby. Therefore, the boy now would be where we call in the tribe. So therefore, they would pass it down from the father to the son. Remember, normally, guys, they don't in the Tainos, they don't really want the female to really had much privilege. But we know that they could have the privilege though. The female could have the privilege if the father didn't have a son. All right. So it's a little varies between these. All right. Good. So in the privilege for the CSEC now, we have seen where he was allowed to have more than one wife. So he could increase his charge of having a male here. So this is what they are called their son, guys, here. H-E-I-R here. Alright. So in his house, which is the Bohio. The Bohio now would be where they had a rectangular while all others were round. So we are talking about the Bohio. Alright, so the Bohio now, guys, is where it's a house where we normally had into as large, so it's a rectangle. Alright, while it's subdivided into rectangular, guys, while other were around. Alright, so that is their house, the Bohio. Alright, good. So he was given the best of crops. So in the Natianos, in the Natianos now, we are talking about the Natianos. So the Natianos, they were like, you know, getting the best treatment. Therefore, we are seeing where they would have given the Natianos the best crops. All right. So the best crops that would be producing in the farming, they give the Natianos. All right. So the Natianos was another type of leader. All right. So we have the CSEC and we have the Natianos. Does everyone understand in the comment section? Please let me know in the comment section. Can we get at least 30 likes on the stream, guys? Come on. We have like 27 and we have like 13 persons watching the live. And please feel free to share the stream, please. All right. Well, I know. Well, guys, if I cannot get to go live all of the hours, I will go live now. And then I will end the live and then I will join tonight again. All right, tonight. So if I can't get to go live the whole time, because remember, guys, I will need to refresh myself. All right. So I'm trying my best because I will be going over a lot of teams. I have like 9 teams here, guys. As you guys could see, all of these paper here are teams. I will be going all through everything so everyone could understand. So tomorrow, when you're going to your exams, guys, you can write like you never write before with all of the information here, and it's very easy. All right. So for you to pass CXC history, you need to choose a team that you know. All right. Do not choose any team, guys, that you do not understand. So if you're going to choose this team that I'm focusing on, would be the indigenous people and the Europeans. Choose it because you know about the Natianos, you know about the Halak eunuch, you know about the CSEC, you know about the Nakoms, you know about even the same, I would say, the Batabs, all right, and all of those. You know about the privilege that the Natianos, you know what they do. Once you know about these things, you should be good. Good. So number 4, it says a specially carved seat. So the seat now that the Natianos use is the duho. Alright, so the duho was given to him. So that is the seat that the Natianos use. So the house that the Natianos live in was the bohio. The bohio. Alright, so the bohio was the rectangle. It was a type of rectangular house. Alright, so where others were settled there, so the others they were staying there at his house basically also as the largest. So the bohio now was the rectangular house for the Natianos, but it was basically the largest house among all. Alright, good. So they normally give the Natianos a special seat, and the seat would call the duho. So the duho was given to him, and this was his symbol of authority. So we are talking about power. Alright, so once we see the Natianos have that seat, then we could know that he is ruling. Alright, so it's giving his power, such as a throne. We normally know that a king would sit in a throne, but for this specific function that would shown as his authority, we are talking about the doho. Alright, so the doho is a type of seat we're given to the Natianos for privilege. Alright, so on it sat, he dispended justice and give out orders for the day. So he sat on his duho, and his duho that the Natianos sat at, he basically give out orders. Alright, good. So that was his privilege as a Natianos. He was not allowed to walk. What? He was not allowed to walk, guys. As I mentioned, this was very, unfair in a sense, as we are seeing that the Natianos, he was not allowed to walk. So let me see how this go though. He was carried about from place on a litter. This is crazy. So they literally carry him around on a litter. So he was not supposed to walk. So he was praised as a king, all right, in his society. So we are talking about the Taino society now. So the Natianos, he was had great privilege. Remember, one of his privilege was supposed to, have more than one wife, right? So where he could have more chance of getting, I would say, a boy here. And we are talking about a boy here. We are talking about a boy child. So he could pass down his generation from his throne to his son. But remember, if the Natianos didn't have a son, then the female could inherit. All right. So we are gonna move away from. We're gonna move along to the social. So we were focusing on as we can mention, we're mentioning on the political. So we are based on the political. So we're gonna go on the social now. Isn't it CSEC? It is CSEC, isn't it CSEC? It is CSEC. It's pronounced as CSEC. All right, CSEC. So we have different in the leader. So before I move along, I won't be going through the political part as yet. Mentioning about. I need everyone in the comment section here. Can everyone type in the comment section what you know about the? Let me go back on the question. So in the Tainos political, what we know about the 3 leader, guys? Can someone type the 3 leaders that we know about? Because we wanted to ensure that everyone, yes, Gamar, you're right, CSEC, all right? So it's pronounced as CSEC. Can someone type the 3 leader that we know about in the Taino society? We have 3 leader in the Taino society. Anyone don't know, please feel free to indicate in the comment section so I could know, so I could just go along. All right, good. So the Natianos, good, that is 1 leader. Good, Ariana is learning. I love that. Good. I see a grade 1. The woman CSEC, good. Good, Ariana, good. Anyone, guys, come on, we have at least 17 person watch and we need to engage with. To be honest, I would say one of the teacher on YouTube here that most interact with my students. All right, I don't normally teach and just go along and you guys don't understand. I love to interact with you guys. So we have the Natianos and the female cacique. Good. Got married. Good. Anyone else? My battery is dying. Oh my gosh, my phone. Please note that you have 60%. Oh my gosh. My phone is dying. Alright, good. So we have the Natianos. What is the next one? So we go through the cacique, the Natianos. So far, right? Good. So we have two leaders. The cacique and the Natianos. Alright, good. So everyone else understand, right? So just a quick sentence, guys. Ariana, can you please tell me what was the role of the Natianos? What was his role? And Gamari, can you please tell me what was the role of the female cacique? I would say. What does he do? In your own words, alright? You don't have to use, sir, 3. Yes, I says 3, right? I have the cacique, I have the Natianos, and I will be going through the other one, alright? So the other one was not displayed as yet. We are talking about the Tainos. There were 3 leaders in the Mayans, alright? But in the Tainos, we are seeing 2 so far. So if there's any more to display, we will go through them. Alright, so far you'd have the Natianos and the cacique. Alright? Good. Does you understand, Ariana? So it's not 3 in the Tainos. It's 2 so far, the cacique and the Natianos. In the Mayans, we have the Alak eunuch. We have the Hatabs. Sorry, not the Hatabs, the Batabs. And we have the Nakoms. So Ariana says the Nathaniel's role to bring out the order of the cacique. Alright, so when you're talking about the Natianos now, he was the one to remember. We were talking about the cacique, the guys. The cacique was the one that in the whole community. So he was the woman. So basically she was the woman cacique of ruling in his community. Sir, mistake. I know it's mistake. I know Ariana, I know. The Natianos are allowed to have more than one wife. Well, no, Brandon, your that is not his role. That is his privilege. Alright? So don't get it twisted. You don't have to delete it. It's fine. Brandon, it's good. So that's what you just typed just now. You're talking about is privilege. So if they mention on the CXC paper tomorrow on paper 2 that you need to outline 2 leaders and their role, or for example 2 leaders and their privilege, then you could write that. You could write that the Natianos was allowed to have more than one wife to inherit here. So we are talking about son, to get a boy son. Therefore, for the Natianos now, his role was to, guys, you need to write this. So the Natianos' role were to see that the orders of the chief was carried out. So you can write this. The Natianos to see the order of the chief was carried out. Good, Britannia. Good. Good. So Ariana, you need to copy this, alright? So it's fine. We are learning. Alright? It's no way of criticizing each other, alright? We are all learning. So don't worry, if you feel free to make a mistake, it's fine. But we could correct you here, so tomorrow when you go into CXC, you don't make any mistakes. We can make all mistakes here as we want, because we are learning. Alright, good. So there's no criticizing, I would say criticism about anyone here. Alright, good. We are learning, guys. Let's go. So we have 2 leaders so far in the Taino society. So we have the Natianos and we have the cacique. Alright, good. So we have 3 leaders in the Mayans, and the 3 leaders in the Mayans is the Halak eunuch, the Batabs, and the Nakoms. So we all got that, right? Good. We're moving along. Alright, so the seat that the Nathanios was sitting on was the Duho. The Duho. So the Duho was given to him as a privilege. Alright? So he could give out orders for the day. And the house that he was living in, that's Nathaniel, we were talking about the bohijo. So the bohijo was a rectangular house, but that house was a bigger house, or I would say the largest among all, because the CSEC now, therefore, we're talking about they had privilege. Alright? Alright, good. Alright, good. So for social organization, let me just scroll up a little bit. Let me go up the moment. So for social organization, the CSEC rule the community. Good. You can say community. Don't use province. Province, alright? You can use province, but guys, if you know what the meaning of province is, just say community instead. Alright, so the CSEC rules the community. Good. We're moving along. So we are talking about it socially. Remember, guys, we're referring to political. Alright, so political, we're talking about how was what was their leadership. Alright, so we're talking about social now, guys. So we are seeing that the Tainos, they were organized along family lines. So a number of families make up a clan, and the clan made up the village, and the villages form the community. So does you understand? So the Tainos was organized into a family line, alright, say along a family line, where the numbers of family make up the clan. So we have a numbers of family making up the clan, while the clan was made up into villages after villages was forming into community. So everyone understand? Good. So that was the social organization. That was how they organized about the Tainos. So we need to know this. So if they were asking, supposed to say to you, you need to outline the social organization about the Tainos. We can know that the social organization about the Tainos was, the Tainos was organized. So they were organized into or along family lines. Sir, isn't extended family more than two? Yes, when you're talking about extended family, we are talking about it's another, I would say, another generation. So we are not just talking about, just as if you would have your mother. So you'd have your mother had well, basically grandfather, and you're having another generation. So we're talking about more than one. So it's not just one generation would be for your extended. Alright. So we are talking about social organization. So about the Tainos, guys, they were organized into, I would say, family lines. So the family lines, they were made up into a clan. So when we are talking about a clan, we could talk about a group. Alright. So they were a group first. So they moved from a group to village. So they were moving from a group, settling into a village, and from the village they formed into a community. Alright, good. So for religious belief for the Tainos now, guys, and practices, we are seeing that the Tainos, they were polytheistic. Alright, polytheistic. Alright, so we are talking about polytheistic, we are talking about gods. So remember, the Mayans, they believe in 166 gods. Alright, well, for the Tainos, they didn't outline how many gods did they believe in though, but we are seeing that the Tainos, they believe in many gods. Right? They had a number of myths. So we are talking about myths. We are talking about what did they believe in. Alright? So we are seeing that the Mayans now, they did believe in good and bad and evil. And we are seeing that they had a common in the Tainos. Because the Tainos, they both believe in two forces of good and evil. And this is the same thing with the Mayans. They believe that when you died, you had an afterlife. And they believe that there is good spirit and there is evil spirit. So let me just go ahead and look at these points. So the Tainos now, they believe in afterlife. Same thing with the Mayans. Heaven and hell. And when they're talking about heaven, we are talking about Koyaba. Koyaba. So that is what they name their heaven. Koyaba. It's a little, well, most precise word. I think it may first you hear in this Koyaba. They are talking about heaven. Alright. So Koyaba is referring to heaven. So they believed into heaven and hell. And also we are seeing that there is a punishment in the afterlife for those who live an evil life. So to be honest, the similarity between the Tainos and the Mayans, I would say, they do believe in the same myth. So when you're talking about myth, we are talking about beliefs. They do have the same beliefs, right? So there was an reward. Remember, they both believe in this. They believe that it was reward in afterlife for those who live a good life. Now the priest was only the one who could communicate with the god Zemis. No, in the Mayans now, remember they use I would say incense. Alright, so in the Mayans they use incense to communicate with the gods. But in the Tainos now, it was only the priests that could communicate with the gods. And when we are talking about gods, we are talking about Zemis. So their main god here, I would say, was the Zemis. We are talking about Zemis, so we are talking about their god. So this is their god name, Zemis. Alright? Good. So they are also offering food and meat offering to the gods. Remember, there is difference between the Mayans and the Tainos. Alright, so good. Yes, Gamari. So for the Mayans, they do human sacrifice. Alright, for the Tainos, they doesn't do human sacrifice. They only use food and meat for offering to the gods. And when we are talking about gods, we are talking about the spirits. Alright, so that's what they cherish. Alright, good. So there was a difference between the Mayans and the Tainos. So the Mayans now they do human sacrifice, good Gamari, and the Tainos now they only do some offering for meat and food to the offerings of the god. Alright, moving along. So here we are seeing that the Tainos now they use tobacco, incense. Alright, so when you're talking about incense, let me explain to you guys. We're talking about the smoke of the tobacco. So they would light the tobacco, they would dry the tobacco, and they would light it and use the smoke of it. So while they're having the smoke of the tobacco in front of their Zemis, then therefore that is how they communicate with their god. Does everyone understand what's going on here? Good? Alright. So they also having a feast, I would say a festival celebration in the honor of their god. So they normally keep a feast, guys, and they celebrate the honor of their god. So that is how they're appraising their god. Here we are seeing where they keep the gods happy, so appeasing. Alright, so certain things that they would do to keep the god happy would be in offering like meat and food to the god, and also communicating, not just communicating, but they normally do like festival, celebration. Alright, good. Moving along. So they normally, what we are seeing with their gods, guys, there was a slight difference between the Mayans and the Tainos. Alright, so they offering prayer to the gods for healing. So they normally pray to their god for healing, such as, for example, one of the hair is sick. So we are talking about their boy's son. We are talking about their son, the Taino's son. So if their son was supposed to sick, they would light incense in the communication process of communicating with their god to pray, all right, offering prayer to the gods for healing, all right, protection. So they normally do protection. And when you're talking about protection, let me explain to you guys. In society, in modern society, they normally had about hobia. Alright, we are seeing her talking about hobia, we are talking about the protection. So they normally use the spirits, they communicate with the spirits for protection. They also normally pray for a good harvest. So we are talking about good harvest, we are talking about the crops that they would plant in farming, so they would want, I would say, abundance in crops, alright, and protection and so on. Good. Alright, so everyone understand before I move on to the customs? Let me know in the comment section. Does everyone understand? Can we get at least 30 likes on the stream, guys? Please. Alright, please. Well, let's go, because we have 16 persons watching the live so far, and I want to ensure everyone understand as we go by, so everyone could, you know, I need a grade 1 from everyone. Trust me, guys, because, you know, history was my favorite subjects, and I get a good grade in history in my time. So I need everyone to get a better grade than me. Alright? Trust me, I need everyone to get a better grade than me, guys. Alright? I think most of you guys are going to ask me which grade did I get in history. But I got a good grade, to be honest. Alright? Good grade. All right. So I have a good customs in history, guys. All right. Good. So yes, sir. Britannia says yes, sir. You teach very well. Thank you so much, Britannia. No problem. Because I'm very good at history. So we're gonna move along. So we are talking about customs. We are talking about the society that they basically had their norms. We are talking about norms. We are defining about the people, the country. All right. So we are talking about indigenous people. They were different. You get 3, sir. 3 you get. No, I got a grade 2 in history. All right. All of my subjects, guys, was basically in my time it was straight grade 2s and 1s. All right. I don't get 3. All right. 2s and 1s, all 2s and 1s, guys. All right. So I know what I'm doing, sir. I am 2 meet to your history, so it's hard for me to communicate with you. Wait, sir, I am in 2 meet. Oh, you're in 2 meets, geo and history. So it's hard for me to communicate with you. My that's a little bit hard for you, Gamari. Good. All right, good. So we're moving along, guys. So we're talking about customs. We're talking about society. So every society has its own set of customs and norms. So this is what we are talking about. We are talking about how they set up their people. So they had a different part of how they set their people and country. All right. Good. Good. So here we are seeing where the indigenous people were no different. All right. So the indigenous people, they were no different. So they flattened the children. Oh my gosh, guys. Let me say, I see all grade 1s on everyone on watching the channel. All right. I don't need anyone to get any grade 3. Trust me. All 1s. Trust me, I don't even need you guys to get a grade 2. Remember, in my time, I get a grade 2 in history. I don't need you guys to get a grade 2. I need you guys all to get a grade 1, alright? I need you guys to be better than me, alright? Trust me. That's how I teach. I teach my students to become better, alright? So, in my sense, I don't need when CXC results coming out, you guys are saying, sir, I get the grade 3, or no. I need all grade 1s. Good, alright? So, I need everyone to pay attention, please, and listen. Alright, so this is the customs for the Tainos. So they were different. So this is how they made their people different. So we are talking about, remember, the Mayans, they practice different, I would say, traditions. For the Tainos, they were different. Remember, the reason why the Mayans was different is because they had advanced technology. Alright, so they were most advanced among the different tribes. For the Tainos now, I'm seeing where they would be different. So they set different from their people, and the reason being because listen, they flatten their child forehead. So we're talking about their forehead. Alright, so they flatten their forehead with a mark of beauty. So they flatten their forehead with a board. So they normally use like a board. So from the baby birth. Sir, do you think CXC is hard? No, CXC is not hard. Alright? I don't think. I normally do stuff. Alright? CXC is not hard. That's what I'm trying to get in your head, guys. CXC is not hard. Alright? It's very easy. Trust me, when I did my subjects, it was like, whoa. I was wondering, whoa, why they normally let CXC look like it's hard? CXC is not hard, guys. Very easy. Trust me, it's easy. Once you pay attention, listen, study and revise, trust me, there's no failing. Trust me, guys, you need to pay attention and listen. All right, good. And we have some good listeners here in the chat. Good. All right, so for the customs of the Tainos now, when the baby just born, what they do is to attach, I would say, or tied a piece of board on the baby forehead. And the reason why they do that was supposed to be a mark of beauty. But trust me, that is not a mark of beauty to me, though. So they normally had like a flat head. Sir, you good? If your SBA, then good too. Yes, sure. Yes, Ariana, you would be great. Alright? Once your SBA is good, you would be great. Trust me. Alright? Alright, so here, guys, they were pleasure-loving people. So if we are talking about the Tainos, they were seen as the most peaceful people, even though they were loving people, alright? So they were a type of loving tribe, Don't get it twisted. The Tainos, they were loving. The whole reason why they were being so corrupt at the time when they were rebelling against the British, I would say, the Europeans, is because the reason Christopher Columbus was just invading on them, killing their tribes, taking away the woman and all of them, using the woman for all types of stuff. Alright, so we're going to elaborate more on that, but I'm just focusing on the customs now. So they played ball game, and the ball game they played called batos. Alright, batos. They swam and they did wrestling. So they also swim. Alright, so we are also seeing that the Tainos, they could swim as well. The same as the Mayans, because remember the Mayans, they could swim as well. They normally settle against the inland. And the inland, we are talking about the oceans. They normally settle near the oceans and the river, so they could also swim and do tradings and farming and all of that. And it is the same stuff with the Tainos as well. The Tainos, they also play a ball game called batos, and they also did wrestling. All right, good. So here we are seeing difference. Remember, with the Mayans now, the women were not allowed to drink. So are we seeing the difference between the Mayans and the Tainos, guys? The Tainos now, they were allowed to drink. So we are seeing that the men were allowed to drink and smoke, but they are not mentioning about the female though. But in the Mayan society, the Mayans female were only able to carry their drunk husband home, but they were not allowed to drink. Therefore, they were allowed to participate in dance. I'm talking about the Mayans. They were allowed to participate in dance activities, but they were not allowing to participate into bow competition. Does everyone understand in the comment section? Yes or no, sir? Let me know, because I'm moving forward. So there's a difference between the Mayans and the Tainos, and I think everyone understands, and I'm explaining clearly as I can. Right? Let me know in the comment section, guys. Does everyone understand? Alright, good. Let me get some comments. Just a moment. Let me see what's going on here. Just a moment, guys. Let me read the comments. The comments are a little bit slow. Alright. Just a moment, let me read the comments. Alright, so any comments? Does everyone understand before I move forward? So the customs now, I'm talking about the customs of the Tainos. They put board on the child head at childbirth. I would say when they just born, you know, so let the baby grow with a flat head. So the head were so flat. You understand very well, sir. All right, Britannia, good. Ariana, good. All right. So they got married early, but this was a different though between the Mayans. The Mayans, they were not, their tradition was not really accustomed to get married early. But for the Tainos now, they got married early. So this seems as they were so distant though. Brandon got it. Alright, Brandon, no problem. Good. So they were so distant in a sense. And married men and women were loincloth and cotton skirt respectively. So the single person went, oh my gosh. Whoa, guys, look at this. Let me say something here. What I'm seeing where the married woman and men were loin. So they were supposed to wear like loin clothes. And we were talking about loin clothes. Clothes to cover up their private part. And cotton skirt, but therefore the single person was naked. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Well, come on, like this is like a set of traditions for the Tainos. Remember the Mayans was different, right? The Mayans, if they do got married though, they do wear clothes, but what I'm seeing here, it's the difference between the Mayans and the Tainos. So the Tainos, when they got married, they were lined with clothes, alright? So they were lined with clothes. So the clothes that the man were wearing was lined cloth. Alright, so for the female, they wear cotton skirt respectively. So we are talking about forever. They normally wear a skirt, all right? But the single person, they went naked. This is crazy. But let me move along and see what they are saying here. So for number 6, we are seeing that the most, I see heinous crime were thief. So when we are talking about crime, remember guys, we were seeing most least crime among the Tainos than the Mayans. The Mayans, those sets of tribe guys was I would say a rebel, all right? They love to fight. Same as the, well, I would say the Kalingo. The Kalingo was a most warrified persons, all right? But the Tainos now, they were most peaceful. So we have seen where the heinous crime, we're talking about the most heinous crime. The most heinous crime here would be like thief. So we have seen where we have a lot of thieves in the Tainos, and adultery for punishment. So when we are talking about adultery, we are talking about other men that are sleeping with other say person's wife. All right. So and the same go about with that. So we would have seen where punishment would have been a slow and painful death. So when, remember guys, for the single persons in the Tainos, they were naked. And for the person that got married, for the men, they were wearing line clothes, while the female were wearing cotton skirts. So there was difference. Alright, so here we are seeing there was no private property. So we are talking about possession. There was no wealth for them. So they wasn't rich in a sense. The Tainos, they weren't not rich. Alright, therefore everything was owned collectively by the members of the community. So we are talking about the communally. So we are talking about the community, guys. So therefore we have referred to where we are talking about the CSEC. Alright, so the CSEC now, everything was owned by the CSEC. So remember we mentioned that the CSEC was the I would say the owner, not just the sense of the owner, but they were responsible for the community. So therefore if we are talking about the members of the community, we are talking about the CSEC. So everything was owned by the CSEC, but therefore the Tainos now, they didn't have any private property or possession or wealth. So they didn't rich. They wasn't rich, I would say. Alright. So does everyone understand before I move forward? Let me know in the comment section, because I like to interact with you students before I move forward. That's me. Alright. I don't know about any other YouTubers here on YouTube that's our main teacher as well, but I love to interact with my students. Alright, just to ensure that you guys understand it. Alright, so let me know in the comment section. Does everyone understand? Just a moment, alright? Alright, just a moment, please. Let me see here. Alright, let me see. Alright. Does everyone understand? Let me know in the comment section, guys, please. And please feel free to share the stream. Share the stream on your WhatsApp, on your status. So you can share it to your WhatsApp status, alright? I think you guys will have a lot of contacts or classmates. Therefore, we can reach a larger audience. So everyone that's doing CXC tomorrow, that will be history, can, you know, have a great idea how to go about these questions. Good. So let me know in the comment section, guys, real fast. Good. So everyone understand, because I will be moving forward. Yeah, I do understand. I just want to ensure everyone understand, all right? Alright, so you understand. So I'm gonna move forward. Alright, guys, so alright, good. So here, as I mentioned, there was no private own, I would say no private property by the Tainos that were owned. Alright, so everything was owned by the CSEC, as we can see. So the CSEC was the, I would say, the head of community. Alright, the female CSEC was the one that, you know, control any possession. Because remember, the Tainos, they didn't have any possession or wealth. So any in the community, I would say the province, I'm talking about in the community, everything was owned by the CSEC. So we are talking about the Tainos dwelling. So we are talking, where did they settle, where did they live, what did they live in? Alright, so we are talking about, this is a type of house. Alright, I would say a house called the cane. So the cane was generally used. So let me explain something with you guys. I'm going to explain something with you guys now. So for the Tainos was living into this, because I'm giving even description so you guys could understand. So the Tainos was living in a Kane. So this is the name Kane. While the who was the other one? We have the CSEC and we have the Patianos. So the Patianos was living in a Bohio. So this was what the Patianos was living in, guys. All right, remember we were talking about the CSEC and the Patianos. So the Patianos was the one that was sitting on a seat, and the seat was carrying the seat was named Duho. Dio, all right, Duho or Dio. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever you pronounce it, once you know it, CSEC will know what you're talking about. But the professional name is Duhio. Duhoyo. Alright, so we are talking about Bohio now. So Bohio was used by the chiefs. So they are talking about chiefs, we are talking about the Patianas. So the Patianos, this is what the Patianos was living in, guys. And this is what the Tainos was living in. So remember, the Patianos was living in a bigger house than the Tainos. So this is the Patianos. So let me just write it. Alright, Patianos. That boy, this thing hard to write on these. Alright, Patianos, and we are talking about the Tainos. We are talking about the little Tainos now. They didn't have any little title though. Alright, so they were just living in this little house. Alright, but the Patianos now, we are talking about the chiefs. So remember, the Patianos is a type of chief. Alright, so they sit on Bohio, not Bohio, the Bohio is a house. We're talking about the Duho. So this was their seat, Duhio, D-I-H-O, Duho. So this was their seats. Let me just write seats beside of it. Alright, I just want to ensure everyone understanding what's going on here. Alright, so you guys could write in your CXC English. So we are talking about their seats. So this was the seats as their privilege that they sit, Duho. So the seats was Duho. The house that they were living in was Bohio, but they were known as the Patianos. So the Patianos was a type of leadership, or I'd say they were a leader. So there were two leaders. We have the CSEC. Let me write it. The CSEC. So we have the CSEC, sorry, let me write it. So we have two types of leader. Alright, talking about the leader. L-E-A-D-E-R. So you're talking about leaders, alright? This is where it didn't do. I don't know what I'm writing. Let me just erase this one. So we are talking about leader. When you're referring to leader, guys, we are talking about the CSEC, right? And we are talking about the Patianos. All right, just a moment, guys, please. Good. So we had 15 person watching so far. So we are talking about the leaders. So we have the CSEC and we have the Patianos. So the bohio is the house that they lived. All right, good. It's not the house that they live, but that is a house that the Patianos live. All right, good. Moving forward, guys, I will be stopping. I will try my best to end this slide as best as possible, but if not, because I have something to do in a few. But I will be the possible time that I will be live. I'm gonna be live at 7:30 or 8 o'clock. I would say 8 o'clock. Alright, so I will be going back live at 8 o'clock, guys. So I need everyone to let their friends know, our classmates, that CSEC now will be live back at 8 o'clock. I won't end in the live now. I will just go through this part first, and then I will end the live a few. Alright, okay, guys. Good. So we are talking about the gender relations. So we are talking about its own, what was the female do, what was the male do, what they were allowed to do from what they didn't allow to do. Alright, so we're talking about gender relations. So women were a very important part of the Taino society, right? The gender relations is most clear seen in divisions of organization of labor, right? The women were responsible for planting the crops. So can someone write down this in your book? Write down this important point in a book. So the women now, they were responsible for planting the crops. That we are talking about the Tainos, not the Mayans. The Mayans women, they were different. Alright, good. So it was believed that the fertility of the woman would transfer the crop. Whoa. So what we are talking about now, let me explain to you guys what we are talking about. We are talking about, since the woman, the Taino woman would have get pregnant if they do plant crops with their pregnancy, or if we'd say during their pregnancy, the crops would have bared more. Does everyone understand? So this is what they are trying to say here. They are saying that the crops would have bared more if the woman planting crops during their pregnancy. Alright, good. So it says if she barren, so we are talking about for history, sir, are you going to be live? I'm going to be live at 8 o'clock JP for history. So I need everyone here to be back. Because remember, I will be going through all 9, I would say all 9 teams. Alright, so I need everyone here to be live around that time. Good. So if they are talking about if the woman is being barren, so we are talking about if she couldn't have any children, then the mother her to transfer some of its fertility to her. So I don't know why I don't know why they normally believe in this myth though, but I'm seeing that the Tainos now, they believe that if the female Tainos is pregnant and she plant crops during her pregnancy, the crops would have bared more. And I'm seeing that they also believe that if the woman is being barren, I'm talking about if she cannot conceive, if she cannot get pregnant, then therefore the Mother Earth would transfer some fertility. So we are talking about while she's planting the crop, the Mother Earth would give her the chance of getting to get pregnant. So I don't know why the Tainos, they believe in this myth, but it's more like, you know, what they believe in versus the Mayans. The Mayans, they believe different though, you know, but the Tainos, they do had a stronger belief. All right, we have seen that the woman did weaving, so we need to know the woman. So the woman, guys, they're going to ask these questions in CXC tomorrow. So I need you guys to put down these important points. So they're going to ask about at least 3 activities that the women were responsible for. So you need to know these. So the women, they were responsible for planting the crops, and they also do weaving. So you need to know this, guys, all right, for CXC tomorrow. Good. We're going to move forward. Good. So we are seeing, so it says, so that the men and children could have the loin cloth and cotton bands to wear, sorry. So while they, the woman would be doing weaving, so the man could have loin clothes. Remember, guys, in the Tainos, the loin clothes was worn by the man, right? Because the man was married. And the cotton skirt was worn by the female because she was also married. But the other persons were naked. So they were to care for the children. So we are talking about the the woman. So one of the another responsibility for the woman was they were supposed to care for the children and the rest of the family, while the man were always hunting. Remember, the man, they normally hunt, so we need to know the difference. So the man do hunting or fishing trips to gather food, such as fruits. All right, so we need to know this. Guys, I think I will be stopping at here at this last line. I won't be going to production. I will be continuing to the other sections. All right, because I'm a little bit going into some little, I would say a little so busy at the moment, so I will just finish these slides first. So I need everyone to be here at 8 o'clock, guys. Remember, I will be going back live about history, all about these topics that will be coming on your CXC tomorrow. And trust me, this is a possibility, and it's not even possibility, it's more than possibility, guys. All of these questions will be coming back on your CXC, so I'm just going through the themes that will be seen on your CXC. So the women, guys, they were responsible for planting crops, and they were responsible for weaving, and they were supposed to take care of the children and the rest of the family, while the man were away hunting and fishing trips to gather food such as fruits and so forth. All right, so the women were only invited to watch at wrestling matches. So this is another difference. Remember, the female, I would say, in the Mayans, they were supposed to, I would say, participate in dancing, but certain things they were not allowed into bow competition. But I'm seeing that the female now, the woman, would have been invited to watch wrestling match, so she could watch wrestling match and ball games, but they were not allowed to participate. This is wow. So they formed cheering committees. So we are seeing where the female now, they were allowed to watch wrestling match and ball games, while the Mayans now, the female were allowed to dance, to participate into activities, but she was not allowed to participate in bow contests. All right, and she was not allowed to drink either. All right, so the female, I'm not seeing that here, but the male, for the male though, for the male Tainos, they are allowed to drink and smoke, but I'm not seeing that the Mayans, they used to smoke. But the Tainos, they normally smoke, and we know that the popular smoking that they do is tobacco. They love tobacco. All right, so we are talking about tobacco, we are talking about the Tainos. They are the one that invented tobacco, I would say. All right, so someone says, sir, the female also catches water for us all, and girls help with mother weave. Yes, the female, remember guys, the female are the one that do the house chores. All right, and the girls, I would say, you're talking about the child, the child, they could also help around with certain stuff, such as you mentioned about they could, yes, they help the child, help with weaving as well. They help the mother with the cottons and all of those stuff, but they don't really do much. All right, good. So it says the women were only invited to watch wrestling match. That's all. All right, good. I want to end here, but let me just see how many slides these. Guys, I will end at hunting. All right, I will end at hunting. All right, I'm just gonna go one more. Good. And then we're gonna ask how best you guys understand. So yes, Justin, you're correct. All right, so for production now, we are talking about the Tainos. So these were the main activities of the Taino. So we're talking about the main activities. So remember, we have the main activities of the Mayans. So the main activities of the Mayans, they do farming. We know that. What else? They do farming. They do hunting. They do husbandry. Husbandry would be where they catch the animals and they raise them for their stuff. And they do trading as well. So we all know that. Those are the main activity, 5 main activity. So do we understand, guys? So there's difference between the Mayans and the Tainos. So these are the activities now that the Tainos do for their needs of life, I would say. So the Tainos, they did their quest to provide food and clothing and shelter for their people. So they can contribute, I would say, are considered to be above the early hunting or gatherers. Alright, so I will be going through these questions real fast, quick. Alright, so I don't really have much time, guys. I have something very important to deal with, and I just want to finish up this. But as I mentioned, I would be back live at 8 o'clock. Guys, can I get 40 likes on the stream before I end the live? Please, guys, come on, please. I really deserve it. Alright, and if you see any ads on my video, please watch it as appreciation for me. Alright, guys, please. We need this. Alright, we're just gonna go further. So for the hunting now, guys, we're talking about the Tainos. So we have seen where they hunted conies. And we are where's my arrow? Just a moment. I'm having some freezing. My laptop is freezing. Please don't let this close on me. Guys, hold up, my laptop is freezing a little bit. My laptop is freezing a little bit, guys. Just a moment. Just a moment, guys. Alright. Alright, good. So we good. Alright. So we are seeing that they hunt conies. And we are talking about Utia or Hotia. Alright? Hotia. So for Utia, guys, we are talking about the birds with their nests. Noose that they made from fibers, vines. So we are seeing, guys, the Tainos now. Remember, the Mayans, they hunt bears. Right? The Mayans, they normally hunt bears as well too, but they hunt in similarities. Alright, so for the Tainos now, we have seen that the Tainos, they normally hunt iguanas, agouti, and snake. And remember, for the Mayans, they do hunt agouti too as well. Alright, and you guys could research. I don't really have much time here, but I'm trying to go through these quick as possible, because I will be ending the stream in a shortly while, and I will be back alive at 8. So therefore, they hunted iguanas. So we're talking about the Tainos. The Tainos, they mostly hunt iguanas, agouti, and snake. They also went into search of and gather wild plants. So they also, the bark of certain trees, they use the trees by their priests to use for medical purposes. So we have seen we're different. Let me say something to you guys. In the Mayans, right? The Mayans use the 3 barks to make book. But we are seeing that the Tainos now, they use the 3 barks for medical purposes. So they boil, I would say they did the 3 bark for medicines in case their child gets sick or their tribes. Good. So in the hills of Trinidad and Jamaica, for example, a lot of fruits grow in abundance. So we're talking about plenty. We are seeing a lot of fruits has been grown plenty, and these were gleefully collected. So we're talking about they were collected them in a large amount to add it to their main menu. Sorry. Good. So does everyone understand what's the hunting between the difference between the Mayans and the Tainos? You have seen where the Tainos, they normally hunt iguanas, agouti, and snakes. So they love to hunt snakes. I don't know why they do those, but snakes is I would say, well, worse. I don't like those. Oh, anyways, we're moving forward. All right, guys. So for their farming now, we're gonna move to the Tainos farming, and we need everyone interaction. All right, so for the Tainos farming, we have seen where the Tainos, they practice subsistence farming. So we're talking about farming that was already there, but they would say they extended on their farming. All right, so it wasn't like a new way for them. All right, it was a subsistence for them. So this is that they do not produce or store surplus. All right, so they practice, I would say not practice, but they produce sorry, they produce, so they didn't store less of food, right? But they produce enough for the needs of the community. All right, someone says, Justin says, sir, you go through the adjustments to the emancipation? Justin, remember I told you I will be going through every topics. I would say, are every team. So you don't have to worry, alright? I will Shanique, what's up? Good. I would say evening. It's a evening on my time. So good evening. Alright. I will be going through all of the teams, guys. Just bear with me, alright? I need all of you guys to participate while I go through. I will be going through all of the teams. Emancipation, all of those. Revolt and all of those. Alright, so don't worry. I'm on the first topic or the first team that will be on history paper 2. And that's the indigenous people and the Europeans. That's what I'm focusing on first. Alright? So I will be going through all of them, and I will try my best to go through all of them fast as I can. And I think I should do this from before, but I'm trying my best. Alright? Good. So we don't really have much time, so I'm trying to go through this first. So I will title this as the indigenous people, so you guys could watch them section by section. So each time I go through, I will title them different. So this would be the indigenous people and the Europeans. Alright, good. So we are seeing that the women's, right? They're talking about, we are seeing that they practice also a slash and burn in agriculture, right? The men did the hard work and clearing of the land. They use wooden axe to chop the branches from the tree. So what we are talking about, I don't know why the Tainos, they are so less in advance, but they are not so smart. Alright. Someone says, what if you only got 25 marks, you do good on paper 1 and SB? Yes, you should pass. Alright. And remember, I will be going through history paper 1, so no one should receive any grade 3, straight grade 1s. Alright. So once you follow me here and listen to what I'm teaching to you guys, trust me, when you go into exams, you should go with a lots of information. Alright? Trust me, in my time when I was doing CXC, guys, I never studied any books. Trust me. I didn't study any books. No. All I do was like these, like what I'm studying now. I study the main point. And then I elaborate on my main point. So what I know, what they are asking about, I could know. So you just need to follow me, guys. Alright? Follow. Please follow. Alright, so they use wooden axe to chop the branches from the tree. And remember, the branches that they would have, I would say, the bark of the tree, what they use it to do is for medicines. But here they chop the branches from the tree, and they set them on fire. Right, we have seen where the woman's duty now was to do an actual planting. So they planted roots, seed, vegetables, their small plots of land. So we are talking about the Cancunos, right? The Cancukos. Someone is the indigenous. Good. So they use point-hooded sticks to dig holes and drop the corn grain. So can anyone tell me the name otherwise known as corn? Can someone, what does the corn known as? What is the other name that we would have called the corn? Does anyone know? Type in the comment section real fast. And it's even showing, the answer is already here. Real fast, guys, because we don't have much time. Come on. Can someone type real fast the name? What is the other name for a corn? Anyone, guys? Come on. We have a lot of persons watching here, 13. I need everyone to interact with me, please. Alright? That is the way that I can know that your guys are learning. Alright, so here we are talking about maize. So corn is otherwise known as maize. So as I made, maize was their favorite starch. Alright, so then they covered them with dirt. So they already covered them with dirt. The ashes from the burnt tree, they provided fertilizer. So what they normally do, guys, when they burn the three branches, we are talking about the branches. Remember, they didn't burn, I don't know how to spell it. It's M-A-I-Z-E, alright? M-A-I-Z-E, maize. So get familiar with that word, because they may ask you like, they may ask you maize. Instead of corn, they won't say corn. They would ask you corn, they would say maize, you know, just to trick you. So you need to understand, maize and corn is the same. But maize would be the old name, but the modern name for maize would be corn now. Do you guys understand? Alright, so what they normally do, they covered them with dirt. So we are talking about the corn. They covered them with dirt, but the ashes from the burnt tree, they normally use those for fertilizer. Aided, so we are talking about aided. So we are talking about the help. So the help by the children, they watered. So this is what the children do now, guys. You're welcome, Britannia. The children, they water the crops as necessary. So they help watering as well. So if they ask what is the duty of the children, we can know that the children, they help with watering the crops. But it was the children's duty to scare. Oh my, this is a main point. I need everyone to know this. Alright? So if they do ask you what was the main duty of the children, we know that the main duty of the children was to scare away the birds from the newly planted seeds. So we are talking about the crops. So even though the children help, we are talking about aided, and we are talking about aided, we are talking about help. So even though the children help with the watering of the crops, they also, help scare away the birds from the crops that was just planted. Does everyone understand? Let me know in the comment section. All right. All right. Good. So we're all going to talk about fruits. So we're going to talk about what did they grow. All right. So we are seeing that they grow a wide variety of crops. So we're talking about what type of crops were they, I would say, the Tainos, they grow. Normally we have seen where the main crops of the Tainos, what they normally grow, guys, was fruits. All right. So they grow fruits. So the type of fruits that they grow now, it's guava, pineapple. So we are talking about pineapple, we are talking about guava, we are talking about gooseberry. If you're from Jamaica, I think everyone is from the other Caribbean, I would say, but not mainly from Jamaica. I think if we have any Guyana people here, I think you guys should know what is gooseberry. Alright, so in Jamaica here, we know about gooseberry. Anyone from Jamaica here indicate, or any other Caribbean country? We think you guys know about gooseberry. If you know about gooseberry, they grow gooseberry and they grow cashew. We're talking about sour sap, guys. In Jamaica, we say sour sap, alright? But it's sour sap. But he says sour sap, alright? Good. We have papaya and we have grapefruit. But the only citrus was known before was coming from the Europeans. So we are talking about citrus. Citrus was not really known, such as orange. So the only citrus that we could even know about before the Europeans, you're from Jamaica, Brandon? Oh, good. So the only citrus was known before the coming of the Europeans was grapefruit. Does everyone copy? I know all. Alright, you know all. Good. So pineapple, guava, gooseberry, cashew, sour sap, papaya, and grapefruit. But the only citrus known to them, was grapefruit. So they didn't know about any oranges. Alright? They didn't know about orange. Remember, most of the crops that is here in the modern now, most of those crops was from the Europeans. Alright? So those was like imported. Alright? They took the crops. So when you're having already, I would say, immigration, and all of those persons was leaving from our country, going to other country to all of those stuff, they were like taking plants with them. So that is why we have a lot of fruits in Jamaica here, like different type of fruits. Alright, so they also grow cassava, and cassava used for bami. We know about that, guys. Bami, B-A-M-M-Y. We know about bami. I think you guys, well, everyone is from the Caribbean though, but different. I mean, like from Jamaica and all of that. So we're talking about bami. Alright, so there's a starch. A starch can come from this bami. I would say cassava then. Alright, they use it for press. They use it to seam, like seams in their clothes. But the juice that was extracted from the cassava was poisonous. Alright, so when they use that juice and dry it in the sun, that is where we get the starch from. So they extract the juice from the cassava. So, but there, this nation here, guys, which is the Tainos. The Tainos was the only one, not really only one, but one of the nation to know how to extract the poison from out of the cassava. Alright, they also grew sweet potato as well. Alright, does we understand, guys? Does everyone understand? Alright, my head is already be a little bit. Can we get at least 40 likes on the stream, guys, before I go? So this would be the coming of the Europeans. Good. So indigenous people. We are talking about the indigenous people and the Europeans. So this was from the coming of, guys, we have a lot to cover up. We have a lot to cover up, trust me. All right, so let me see here. Let me see where we're stopping. All right, guys, I will just go along just for now, because since I have a lot to cover, I will just go along for now. Right, so we're gonna go along to fishing, because I told you that I will be ending the stream soon, and I soon do so. So I was just going along with you guys a little bit more. So we're talking about fishing. So we are seeing that the Tainos now, they would go in fishing, go for fishing and dug out the canals that they made. So the canals that they made now, guys, would have dig out, I would say dug. Instead of dig, they say dug. So they dug out the canals that they made, and they used nets to make vegetables, fibers, bones, and turtle shell, hooks, and bone trip harpoons. So we are talking about harpoons. We have seen that they had the indigenous method of attaching the remora, or I would say sucking a fish to the canals by a thin line. So they know how to catch fish, but they normally had a different type of method. So where they do the canal by a thin line, so the fish then would dart after the remora, hoping to eat it, and it would like succeed into getting it stuck onto a powerful remora. Alright, so we are talking about remora, guys. What we are talking about it was a bait. Alright, so we're talking about what the Tainos do. They normally do the remora as a bait. So we have seen that the fisherman now, what the fisherman would do, would pull up the remora and take off the fish and deposit back the remora in the water. So we are talking about bait. So they are talking about remora, we are talking about bait. We all guys know about, if you guys have known any fisherman, we know that they normally use to catch fish. They throw a bait in the ocean, and then when the fish trying to go after the bait to eat the bait, then thereof it would stuck into the fish line where they can pull to catch the fish. So we are talking about remora. So this is the power of the bait. So otherwise as remora, we are talking about bait. Alright, good. So here, let me just write it here, okay, so you guys could understand, alright? Because I like to outline my points. So we're talking about bait. Alright, baits. So when you're talking about remora now, let me outline it here. We're talking about baits. Alright, so here, what we are normally happening, guys, once they take off the fish off the bait, they would deposit it back. So they would throw it back in the water again and wait for another victim to hang on it, or to, you know, get attached to it. Therefore, waterfowls were also caught by trickery. So they normally use some type of skills that they had. Alright, so the Tainos, what they would normally do would allow a number of, would say, calabashes to float on the river. Right? The waterfowls now become used to these harmless objectives, I would say, are to pay them no mind. Right? As soon as he was convinced that the fowl was relaxed. So what they normally do, guys, to catch a waterfowl, so what they do, they use the harmless objectives to pay them no mind. So they normally just act like if they're not gonna do the fowls, anything, the waterfowls. So they allow a number of calabash to float on the water. So they use the calabash to distract the waterfowls. So once the calabash was floating on the water, as soon as they convinced the fowl and the fowl was very relaxed, then the Tainos would place a calabash over his head, right? And quietly slip. Oh my God. Yo, guys, trust me. These Tainos, even though they were uncivilized, I'm talking about, even though they were not really educated, but they were kind of smart in a sense, but they were not so advanced as the Mayans. So what they do, to disguise themselves, they would put calabash in the water, let it flow beside of the waterfalls. So what they would do is to go underneath the water, guys, and put the calabash over their head and swim towards the waterfall. So imagine if I was a waterfall, for example, and I was inside of the water, guys, and you imagine there was a calabash beside of you, you wouldn't think that, you know, someone was trying to threat, or you say, even though that was a threat to you. Because remember, the calabash was normally there, so the waterfall was normally expecting the calabash. But remember, the Tainos were under the calabash, so the calabash was on their head, and they swam towards the waterfall and grabbed them. All right, so we are seeing where they would have quietly slept under the water unnoticed. So we're talking about they were not noticed. After a few minutes, he would grab a nearby foal by a leg. Wow, these persons are really smart in a way though. How did they know to do that though? Right? So what they do is to grab by a leg and pull it under until it drowned. So what they do, they couldn't take up the waterfall with their hands directly. All right, because they would have picking them I would say not really offensive. I'm trying to use this word where they're trying to be defensive. All right, so therefore they wouldn't pick them in a defensive way. So what they would do is to throw or put the head of the waterfowl head under the water to be drowned. So after they be drowned, what they would do is to put the bag that he carried with them, and they know what they would do is to go away with the waterfalls. But they normally catch like a wide variety of water animals, such as flying fish. So these are the water animals that they catch. So you need to know. So the water animal that they catch is flying fish, shellfish, crabs, and manatee. Right? Manatee. So we need to know about these I would say, are water animals that the Tainos catch. Alright, good. So can we get a like? Can we get at least 40 likes on the stream, guys? Let's go. We have a lot of persons watching. We have like 14 persons. Remember, I will be going back live at 8. Alright, so oh my gosh, I'm a little bit tired now, guys. So but I've been sitting here for how long? For not really much, like probably probably more than an hour now. So does everyone understand? Let me know in the comment section. I need to interact with the students. Students, do you understand what's going on here? Yes or no? Let me know in the comment section, please. I'm getting a little bit tired now, guys. Trust me. Alright, let's see here. Does everyone understand? Please let me know in the comment section, guys. Let's go. Guys, let me know in the comment section. Does everyone understand? Yes or no? Because I'm moving forward, right? I don't want, when I move forward, anyone says they don't understand. So we are talking about weaving. Yes, sir. Good. All right. So what did they use for survival, guys? Was, as I mentioned, fishing. They do fishing. They do their little farming as well, and they do weaving. But the weaving was mainly for the women. The man they doesn't do weaving. All right. So this is for the women activities. All right. Good. All right. Kid Mike. Good. All right. So we are talking about weaving. So we are talking about amok. So amok was my favorite item for the Tainos. So we are talking about amok. We're talking about the Tainos. They love amok, right? So they normally use the amok as a bed, or they could just hang out on it, you know, or just use it to cool out, we could say. In Jamaica here we can say we are cooling out. So they use it to chill, you know, to take a break about everything, guys. Just chill, all right? So they also did the basket from straw. So what they do with the weaving, they also can do the basket from straw. They normally use like a container from a fisherman to catch. So they would normally use the containers for the fisherman to catch. So that's what they normally do. Alright, so we're talking about the weaving. So we're just gonna go further, guys, so you guys can see what's going on here. We're talking about mining. So we are talking about mining, guys. We are talking about, this is the way of life of the Tainos. This is what they use to survive. So they normally mine, they do mining. So we are talking about mining, guys. We're talking about they didn't have much place of value of gold, right? So this is the indigenous people. They do not place much value on gold. So remember, gold to Columbus was rich, all right? So it was wealth, trust me. Gold. So in the favor of Columbus, of Christopher Columbus coming to the Caribbean. Remember, he was searching for power and wealth, right? So he didn't just want to control the whole, I would say, continent in a sense that he wanted to control, right? He was searching for power and wealth. So therefore here we are seeing that gold was not valuable. So gold was not valuable to the Tainos. So the Tainos, gold wasn't a thing to them, alright? So they use it mainly of ornaments. So we are talking about ornaments. We are talking about like jewelries. We are talking about fashion, bangles and all of those. So we are talking about ornaments. We are talking about fashion. So remember, the limestone, guys, were used as ornaments as well. Feathers were used as ornament as well for the Mayans. So when you're talking about the Tainos now, guys, the Tainos they normally use was gold. So the gold is different thing. So for the Tainos they use gold. For the Mayans they use limestone. They use feather. Do you guys understand? All right, good. So what they would normally do here, guys, they would normally collect the gold. You know, very simple. So they would like so they would basically dig like a hole aside of the riverbank and let the water flow over it. I don't know why they do it, but the reason why they normally do it though, they would like to examine the silk that was left behind. So any gold that was collected and given in charge was to make a decorative headdress for the cacique. Remember, guys, the cacique was for the what? The community. So it was a female cacique, so they make a headband. So the headband was full of gold, alright. So the headband that they made, the headdress, I would say, decorative headdress for the cacique, for the community. Remember, guys, the cacique was responsible for the community, so that was the role of the cacique. So the mask for the religious ceremony now are nose ring or bracelet. So they normally do these stuff. They make decorative headband for the cacique. They also make mask for religious ceremony and nose ring and bracelet, alright, with the gold. So the gold was the main ornaments for the Tainos, while the limestone and the feather was the main ornaments for the Mayans. So does everyone understand what's going on here? Alright, so for pottery now, guys, they use them for the mining. They use the gold to make potteries also, and they also trade with the gold. Remember, the gold wasn't valuable to them, but they do trade in still. Alright, good. Remember, guys, for the Mayans, their money that they used was cocoa beans. Alright, so cocoa beans was their money that they used to trade. Alright, good. Alright, so for trading for the Tainos now, guys, we are talking about let me see what's going on for the trading for the Tainos. So if we were supposed to agree on the trading for the Tainos, alright, first and foremost, guys. Secondly, the Tainos, they were like constantly raided by the Kalingo. So remember, the Kalingo was a neighbor to the Tainos, because the Tainos, they were settling in the Greater Antilles, while the Kalingos were settling in the Lesser Antilles. Alright, so thirdly, guys, they did not engage in a less production, right? So we are talking about they didn't engage in a less. When I talk about surplus, they didn't engage in a, I would say, less production, I would say, but they provide just enough for their own usage. So they didn't have less production, but they did have enough. Alright, they didn't have less, they did have enough to provide for their own use. So it was not safe to venture too far. So we are talking about to travel too far. It was not safe for the Tainos to go too far from their kind, because the Kalingo was ruling in highway. Alright, so remember, the Kalingo, they were enemy to the Tainos. So therefore the Tainos, because remember, the Tainos were occupying the Greater Antilles, while the Kalingos were occupying the Lesser Antilles. So therefore the Tainos was not going too far to, you know, to be invaded into the Kalingo way. Alright, good. So here, when you're mentioning about trading to the Tainos, guys, we are seeing that it took place along with the Tainos. Differently, guys, village would be a contact for each other when there was a need. So we are seeing that it was very interested that the Tainos of Jamaica, they also engage in some amount of trading with the Mayans of the cities. I would not say cities, but of Belize. But if you follow up on the map, guys, you will see as there was a straight line of connection from Jamaica to Belize, and this was the route for Laghood people to follow in the 17th century. Alright, so we are talking about trading. So the trading for them now, guys, remember, for the Tainos, they were doing trading, but they were not going out too far, like we say, without outside of their zone. They were doing trade within their zone. Alright, so they didn't trust the Kalingo in a sense. Alright, they didn't trust them, because the Kalingo, they were, you know, did want stuff. They normally raiding the Tainos. Remember, because the Tainos, they normally did had gold, so they would have dig the gold and put it at a bank side to cover up with the sand. Alright, so forth. Good. So for the indigenous people now, guys, we're talking about the technology. What was the technology of the Tainos? Remember, I would say the Mayans was most advanced. And the reason why the Mayan was most advanced, because they did had like mathematical, you know, engineers, farmers, artisans, and so forth, teachers and all of that. So they were just, you know, so educated. Good. For the technology now of the Tainos now, most people would consider these techniques backward. So we talk about it's not in modern, alright? So we are talking about modern now. Since we have technology, guys, that such as, you know, AI. Normally we could go on our phone and say, hey Siri, and, you know, hey Siri, open Google, or hey Siri, open Chrome, and, you know, it could open. Back then for the Tainos, it was backward. Alright, so the remora, we are talking about the bait. You know, the remora are sucking fish using to catch fish. They suck like the fish with our bait. So there was a sucking of the fish using to catch. Awesome for being history teacher. Streaming now. Alright, thank you so much, Mini Flex. When does the stream end? I will be ending the stream 8 o'clock. Not 8 o'clock, sorry. I will be ending the stream a little few, but I will be going back live 8 o'clock. Alright, good. So if you're new here, Mini Flex, thank you. Make sure you do subscribe and turn on the post notifications when I go live. I will be going through all of the themes for history for tomorrow exams. All right, good. So we are talking about the whole remora, guys. Remora, when we are talking about remora, we are talking about the bait. So this was a bait that the Tainos, they use to catch fish. They also use bow and arrow in hunting. All right, they use slash and burn in agriculture. Therefore, we are seeing that the fertilizer, they use the ashes of the fertilizer of the tree. So when they burn the tree now, the branches of the tree, they use the ashes for fertilizer, animals, and vegetable manure. So even if the animals were like rotten, I would say rotten, all right? All of the ashes of the animal, they use it for, well, fertilizer. And even the vegetable manure, such as like the vegetable was rotten as well, and all of its rotten pieces, they use that for manure. So they use it for fertilizer purpose. So we're talking about how did they irrigation now. Their crude irrigation was like ditches. So they use ditches for, you know, to get their water along with the crops. Alright, they also do crops rotation. So the simple meaning for crop rotation, they doesn't plant one crop. So they rotate their crop. Like for example, they will plant like papaya for now, and then for the other moment they will plant, you know, maize, which should be corn, or they will go plant berry for this crop, and then the other. So they rotate a crop. They doesn't use one set of crop. Alright, so we're talking about crop rotation. Good. We have seen where fishing hook now was made from bones. So what the Tainos do, guys, they use the fishing hook that was made from bones. So what did they use the hook for? They normally use a hook. They could use the hook to catch fish, but they normally use, like, most of the times they use a bow. But the bow was mainly used for hunting. You know, hunting deers and rabbits and all of those stuff. Right? But the sucking of the fish through, like, I would say a hook line that was used to catch the fish. So they like, for example, you know, like bamboo. You guys know bamboos, right? You know those young bamboos straw? They use one of those to use like a bait inside of it to blow it. So when they blow it, there was a bait inside of the water, and then they use that to catch a fish. So what we are talking about, sucking off the bone. Alright, but where for the hook now that was made from bone, they could normally use those hook for also catching fish, but it's not the main purpose. Alright, so fire was used as a tool in the canoe building. So they use fire as a tool in the canoe building, guys. Alright, where I see they also do dyeing. So they will learn to do dyeing as well. Alright, good. So we have 18 persons on the live, guys. Can everyone, I will be ending here. Alright, so we end at not Kalingo, we end at Tainos. So we go through the Mayans and we go through the Tainos already. And I will be going through the Kalingo at 8 o'clock. So I will catch you guys at 8 o'clock. But before I go, guys, I need any participants in the comment section. Let me know if you guys do understand so far. Alright, so there was difference between the Mayans and the Tainos. So the Mayans now, guys, they were more advanced than the Tainos, and the reason being because of their technology advancements. Alright, we have seen where the Tainos now, they would have been so backward, even though they were so illiterate at that sense that they couldn't read and write. Although the Mayans could read and write, because the Mayans, they had a technology that they call the hieroglyphic. So the hieroglyphic was a type of writing that they use on tombs or even, you know, on buildings. You know, you use all of those, guys, to, I would say, they use it on coffins, they use it on the statue of all of those stuff. So therefore, it's all different between the Mayans and the Tainos. So there's different. So we have the leader. I'm just going to outline the leader before I go ahead. So we have three leaders in the Mayans. So we have the Halak Eunuch, we have the Batabs, and we have the other one was the let's see, I'm trying to remember the name, guys. Just a moment. The Rakums. I think it's the Rakums or the Nakums. Sorry. So we have the Halak Eunuch. So these are the three leaders of the Mayans. So we have the Halak Eunuch, we have the Batams. Batams, right? And we had the Nakums. Alright, so there was difference between these leaders. Alright, good. So for the Tainos, now we are talking about the Natianos. We have the Natianos and we have the CSEC. Alright, so there's difference between the CSEC and the Natianos. So the Natianos, their house was so large in a sense that it was, you know, they had more privilege than the other Tainos. Alright, so they have different specific of roles, or I would say functions, or I would say privilege in a sense. So for the Natianos now, they were, you know, in a house. The house was the bohio. The house that they were living in was the bohio. Alright, so it was different though. Their house was different, the bohio. And they had the seat that they was living they were sitting on to use for, you know, giving orders was the budu. All right, the budu. So the budu was the seat that they, you know, sat on to give orders, and while the CSEC now was the ruler of the community. All right, so there was difference. So does everyone understand, guys? Let me know in the comment section, because I will be going back live at 8 o'clock, and I want to say to everyone before I go, can I get at least 40 or 50 likes on the stream? And I'm so appreciate everyone that's on the live here, and thank everyone for tuning in and learning something new. So if your teacher wasn't teaching you most of these stuff, now you get the opportunity to, you know, to engage and participate. So I want to say, everyone, guys, please like the video, and please watch the ads and keep safe. The duho. Yes, it's duho. Alright, good. So before I go, guys, can I get some volunteer in the comment section? Does everyone understand? Because I will be ending the live now. Before I go, can I get at least 50 likes on the stream? Please. Let's go. Alright. I will be back live at 8 o'clock. Alright, so when I'll be live, I will be start back at the Kalingo political structure. So I will be going through the Kalingo. Alright, good. So we were going through the Mayans and the Tainos, otherwise known as the Arawaks. So, right? Any comments in the comment section? Let me know, guys, because I will be ending the stream in the next probably 3 minutes. So I'm just interacting with you guys first before I end the stream. Yes, sir. So I think I explained it so clear to everyone that everyone will get a grade 1 tomorrow. Alright, so let me know in the comment section, guys, which grade are you aiming for in CXC History? Which grade are you aiming for? Because remember, You know, I was being taught by my history teacher back then. I try to pass down this generation to you guys, right? So I was learning at that time, but I know I would put my advanced teaching in a sense that I, even though I understand what's going on, but I try to make it more simpler for you guys. Back in my time, teacher used to taught me that all of these stuff, but it was so difficult in a sense to communicate. But in my I would say no, it was so easy for you guys to because we have more technology now. All right, so you guys can elaborate. Sir, can you send me this paper, please? Sure, no problem. Ariana, what I would need you to do though, check in the description. You guys will see my email or Instagram, so you guys can DM me on Instagram or email me. I mostly use Instagram most of the times, but you guys can DM me or email me to ask me for the paper, and I will send it. All right, but just let me know. But it's not directly no, it's after I go through the paper tonight, because I will be going through all of this paper and I will send it, because I'm going on the road at the moment. I had something to deal with. All right, so I'm a little bit busy at the moment, but I will send it though. Just definitely leave your DM me on Instagram or email me, anyone that you choose. All right, so if you DM me on Instagram, you just leave your email, or if you want to just go ahead and email me, sure, no problem. Any comments in the comment section? Someone says, will you go over the Metropolitan and Econ slavery? Yes. Mini flex, remember I told you that I will be going to all of the let me show you all of the topics. So I'll be going through team 2, which would be Caribbean economic and slavery. All right, I will be going through resistance and revolt. I will be going through metropolitan movements toward emancipation, and I will be going through adjustments of emancipation between 1833 and 1876. And I will be going through Caribbean economy between 1875 and 1985. And I will be going through the United States in Caribbean 1776 between 1985. And I will be going through Team 8, that is Caribbean political development up to 1985. And I will be going through team 9. This was the last team on the paper, and it will be Caribbean society between 1900 to 1985. Good. So I will be going through all of these topics, so don't worry, do not worry. Caribbean society, it is the same. Team 9, Caribbean society, I'll be going through all of these, so don't worry guys. All right, so for now, this would be the end. I would say the end. This is to be part 1, alright, for the live. So I'll be going through all of the 9 teams for CXC Caribbean history. All of these teams, guys. Team 9, team 8, team 7, team 6. I would say team 5, team 6, team 5, team 4, team 4, team 3, team 2. And team 1, team 1 that I'm focusing on now, that would be the indigenous people and the Europeans. So I will be back at 8 o'clock. So I see everyone at 8 o'clock. At my time, I have 6:21. So you guys could time me, all right? Good. So I want to say thank everyone for making it to CSEC Now and letting your grade 1 become a reality, and see you all right? So I'll be back at 8 o'clock, guys. So let me get at least 50 likes on the stream before I go, all right? Or 45, please, because I'm ending the stream right now. All right, good. So am I deserting? All right, guys, so I'm gonna refresh myself. So see you. All right, good. So see you at 8 o'clock tonight. If you don't see me by 8, the least, guys, will be 8:15. All right, just give me a little time, but I will be back at 8. All right, good. So thank you for making it with CSEC Now, and you all keep safe.